Small cheer and a great welcome makes a merry feast. Welcoming is an art of our culture. Welcoming is the science of expressing feelings. Welcoming is the technology to document, and welcoming is the management to make everyone comfortable with pleasant words. May I request Dr. P. Chitra Rajalakshmi ma'am, Professor and Head of Microbiology Department, to deliver the welcome address. Ma'am.
A very good morning to one and all of you gathered here. It's my privilege to stand before you on behalf of Team Microbiology, Trichy SRM Medical College, to welcome you all for this Unicora 2023. A very warm welcome to all, to our Honorable Chairman, Sir in absentia, to all the dignitaries on the dais, our Dean Ma'am, our DD Sir, our Chief Guest Dr. Mangai Ma'am, our Medical Superintendent Dr. Binesh, Dr. Guru Sir. A very warm welcome to all of you. And our observer, Sir Dr. Velaviraj Sir, a warm welcome to you, Sir. And to all the participants who are gathered here for the workshop in face, and to all the online participants, a very warm welcome to all of you once again. And hope you have a happy learning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm address.
ஒளி மகத்தானது, பெரிதும் பண்பட்டது, அன்று தொட்டு இன்று வரை நம் வாழ்வின் அங்கமானது. இத்தகைய நன்னாளில் ஞான தீபத்தை ஏற்றி இறைவொளி பெருகும். May I request the most honored dignitaries to light the digital குத்து விளக்கு.
Presiding the scientific arena by the pillar of executives is a tradition. May I request our most respectful Dean of our medical college, Dr. S. Revati ma'am, to preside over this inaugural session. Ma'am, please.
Good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, dear participants. First, I send my apology because I had my class for the orientation program of the first years. That's why a little late. Sorry, I tender my apology first. And I don't want to stand in between the workshop and this inaugural function because this is just a formal one. I wish all the best to the microbiology department, and I thank Mangekitsi Madam for coming here and honoring us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your beautiful and inspirative deliberation. Even though we produce anything we say, any action we do, and it bears our signature. Today, we have a signature personality, Dr. Mangekitsi ma'am, Professor and HOD, Department of Microbiology, AIMS Madurai, President IAAM Chamber with us. Ma'am, we are eagerly waiting for listening your inaugural address. Ma'am, please.
A very good morning, all of you. It's my privilege to participate in this great event, Best Practices of Quality in Diagnostic Microbiology, the very attractive name of the Unicora, a continuous program, Unicora 2023. So first of all, I would like to thank the administrators of SRM, Trichy SRM Medical College and Research Center, and the chief patron, Dr. R. Shivakumar. And I would like to thank and greet Dr. S. Revati, the Dean, Trichy SRM Medical College, and the Deputy Director, Dr. N. Balasubramanian, and Medical Superintendent, Dr. Ravi Kumar, and Dr. Dinesh from Vellore, CMC Vellore, and Dr. Jnanaguru from Trichy Medical College, and the MED program observer, Dr. Velayudha Raj, head of the department biochemistry. So I am very immense, I'm very happy to be the part of this program. For that, I would like to thank the administrators, and I would like to welcome to this program for all the delegates and the organizing team. The organizing team, a very well good arrangements for this program. That's a very, very important program of best practices of quality in diagnostic microbiology. For that, first of all, I appreciate the organizing team, the organizing secretary, and the organizing chairperson, Dr. Chitra Rajalakshmi. So I value the head of the department microbiology for Trichy SRM Medical College, Dr. Chitra Rajalakshmi, for conducting this wonderful program. To say for the microbiologist, the dedication of microbiologist to finding the best test procedures and the best quality of that we have to maintain the turnaround time, on-time report to the clinicians with a high validity and the high calibration. So we have to run the microbiology department with high validation and high caliber. So this is very, very important, because nowadays we are not only part of the education, the laboratory, but we are part of the patient care on the point of where we are working in the 24/7 point care testing. So all these testings are very, very important for patient safety. Nowadays, everybody, the WHO also talking about the patient safety curriculum. So in this patient safety curriculum, our microbiology part is how best the test results, how best we are running the test and giving the test reports appropriately on time. That's how we are maintaining the turnaround time. So recently, I came from AIMS Mangalagiri. I was working in AIMS Mangalagiri. From there, I shifted to AIMS Madurai. So recently, last February, March, no, February, not February, it's on November, I attended the interview. So in that interview, they asked the question, so recently the COVID-19 pandemic era, you have done lot of molecular tests. You are well versed with PCR. Everywhere, all the small laboratory to the high institution laboratory started the molecular laboratory. What is next? So what is the microbiologist or other laboratory medicine department of biochemistry, department of pathology, all what next? Because the department of biochemistry, they have done lot for the immunology, antibody detection for COVID-19 testing. They were the part of the rapid molecular testing, point care testing. So for all these things, what is next? So then I told my answer, because the interviewer were the from various AIMS Delhi and big AIMS colleges, and they are the MPs also. They were sitting on the even they are the IRS people. So they asked me this question, then I told this is the beginning for us. The COVID-19, the testing are beginning for us. Now only we started working in the molecular laboratory. So now we are starting. Now we have to go for the sequencing testing, and we have to maintain the quality. So the quality is very, very important. And 2 days back, I was in the program, the World Sepsis Day 2023, that AIMS Madurai and Madurai Medical College, in collaboration, we have conducted a program for the postgraduate students. So there we are talking about the automated blood culture. So the rapid test, now we have to work with the automated versions also. So automated versions, don't think that it will give the quality reports. For that, one software they are giving is the middleware reporting. In that, they are giving the auto verification. They're telling, they're ensuring us that auto verification will be there. So auto verification of the quality of the test. Even though the auto verifications are there, we have to verify the auto verification whether the software is working nicely or not. For that, we have to do the internal quality testing, and the external quality testings are mandatory. Then and there we have to run, because all the microbiology qualitative tests and the quantitative tests are run with the control. Without control, we cannot give the accurate results. So for this thing, we have to work for the advanced technologies, advanced rapid diagnostic test with a high caliber and a high validation, and improve the microbiology quality everywhere. For this, the wonderful this program with the eminent speakers and international and the national level speakers, definitely, undoubtedly, they'll provide a very good knowledge about the quality and the quality of the best practices in diagnostic microbiology. So all the PG students and the aspiring microbiologists and other department faculties will get the good knowledge by this program. So with this, I would like to thank once again the organizers and the administrators for giving me this opportunity. And it's my privilege and honor to be in the, because I can, being among in various institutions, I started my career as assistant professor in SRM group of institutions. For that, I am very honored. Once again, I thank you, everyone. Thank you all. Thank you.
May I request Dr. Chitra Rajalakshmi ma'am, HOD, Professor and HOD of Department of Microbiology, to present an account of love to Dr. Mangay Kadasi ma'am. Be present and thankful for all the things, and no duty is urgent than that of returning thanks. May I request Organizing Secretary Dr. Anita ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Microbiology, to deliver the vote of thanks.
The, the Organizing Committee of Workshop on Best Practices of Quality in Diagnostic Microbiology, Unicora' 2023, the Department of Microbiology, Medical Education Unit, and IQAC would like to extend their sincere thanks and gratitude to our Honorable Chairman, Sir, for permission and approval for conduct of this workshop. A sincere and respectful thanks to Director, Deputy Director, and our senior administrators for their constant support and motivation. Our grateful thanks to Dean Madam and Medical Superintendent for their spirit, constant support, advice, and guidance that resulted in successful culmination of this event. My special thanks and gratitude to all the speakers and resource persons who readily accepted our invitation and going to deliver their useful talk. On behalf of the institute, my special thanks to Tamil Nadu Medical Council for assessing and accrediting this workshop for 4 and 5 credit hours. We also sincerely acknowledge all members of Department of Microbiology and Medical Education Unit for active participation, sharing their knowledge and experience to make this occasion a more vibrant one. We put forth special thanks to Indian Association of Medical Microbiology for providing an academic umbrella for this innovation practice of our institution. I especially thank and appreciate all the institutes who have deputed their postgraduate and they have actively participated here. And special thank to the technician, attenders, and other supporting staff members for their assistance and secretarial help towards the workshop. On behalf of the organizing team, I put forth my gratitude to the friends from Civil Communication and Electrical Security Services and Housekeeping and Administrative Department for their help to make this event a grand one. Once again, thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now we have came to the end of the inaugural function of Unicora'. Without further ado, let us go into the main agenda of this program.
Okay. அந்த எண்ட்ல போட்டு இல்ல மேம் முன்னாடி ஜஸ்ட் கொஞ்ச நேரம் மட்டும். So welcome to all the participants assembled here for the workshop. I would request all the participants to come one by one, introduce yourself, and then we can get set to the. You can start.
Good morning to all. I am Dr. Gayatri Devi, second year postgraduate in Government Mohan Kumaramangalam Medical College, Salem.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning to all. I am Dr. Radis, second year postgraduate from Salem Medical College. Good morning to all. I am Dr. Pradeep from KAP Vishwanathan Government Medical College, Trichy, second year postgraduate.
Good morning to all. I am Dr. Anita, second year postgraduate in KAP Medical College, Trichy.
Good morning to all. I am Dr. Balavidya, first year postgraduate, Government Mohan Kumaramangalam Medical College, Salem. Good morning to one and all. I am Dr. Hamshika Devi from Madurai Medical College, first year postgraduate. Thank you.
Come here, please. Come here.
Good morning, all. Myself, Dr. Gayatri, second year postgraduate from KP Medical College, Trichy. Thank you.
Good morning, all. I am Dr. Janani Anugraha, second year postgraduate in Department of Microbiology from Government Mohan Kumaramangalam Medical College, Salem.
Good morning, all. I am Arivaragan, Ortho PG, Trichy SRM.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Shankari Priyadashini in Department of Microbiology, first year postgraduate, Government Mohan Kumaramangalam Medical College, Salem.
Good morning, all. I am Dr. Nivedita Emily Jodi, second year postgraduate in the Department of Biochemistry from Trichy SRM.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Kalavati, final year postgraduate from Department of Microbiochemistry, Trichy SRM Medical College. Good morning to all. I am Dr. K. Srivalli, first year postgraduate microbiology department from KAPV Medical College, Trichy. Good morning, all. I am Dr. Sujita, second year postgraduate from Trichy KAPV Government Medical College. Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Muttarasi, second year postgraduate, KAPV Government Medical College, Trichy.
Good morning, one and all. I'm Harshad Khan, first year postgraduate, Trichy Medical College.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Kalayarasi, Department of Microbiology, first year postgraduate, Government Mohan Kumaramangalam Medical College, Salem. Thank you.
Any other participants? Any new? Come and just introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Velveri, second year postgraduate, Department of Microbiology from Velamal Medical College, Madurai.
Good morning, all. Myself, Dr. Meenakshi, Tanjore Medical College, second year postgraduate.
Good morning, all. This is Dr. Praveen Kumar, first year postgraduate, Tanjore Medical College.
Quality control in diagnostic microbiology is a matter of effective, efficient, accurate reporting in the expected turnaround time. Quality assurance in clinical microbiology is a comprehensive, covering all aspects of pre-analytical, analytical, and post-analytical phases. Any clerical errors at the pre and post-analytical phases can ultimately lead to the generation of faulty report to the patient and can have a high negative impact on the treatment outcomes.
With this brief introduction, I would like to call upon Dr. P. Chitra Rajlakshmi Ma'am, Organizing Chairperson of Unicora 2023, Professor and Head, Department of Microbiology. Ma'am has completed her undergraduation MBBS in Tanjore Medical College and post-graduation MD in Madurai Medical College. She has also completed her MBA in Hospital Administration from National Institute of Health, New Delhi, and in Health Profession Education, Nest Woman from Manipal Academy of Health Education. Ma'am has work experience in many countries, including Malaysia and Oman. She has published 11 research publications and 2 books on ocular microbiology. Ma'am, may I request you to enlighten with the quality laboratory reports of patient treatment outcomes. Ma'am, please.
A very good morning to one and all here once again. So all of you are here to discuss and learn about quality, right? So how do you feel? Is it a very interesting topic? Quality? No. So you can be honest. How many of you feel like what do you expect? Is it going to be really interesting? Interesting இல்லன்னு சொல்றவங்களா கை தூக்குங்க. Interesting illa. I also accept. I also don't accept that it's going to be it was a very interesting one, but as microbiologists and as lab personals, we really need to know what quality is, because it ultimately has a lot of effect on patient treatment and safety issues, right? So our laboratory reports and interpretation, as you all know, it has got a very vast impact on patient treatment and outcome. So whether we like it or not, we have to know about quality, because it is imbibed in each and everything that you are doing in the laboratory, from your ordinary gram staining procedure to issuing of laboratory reports and to maintain the equipments. For everything you need quality, and I'm sure these days you are coming across the term quality in each and everything you do in your the laboratory, right? And one of the most important reason why this particular topic was chosen for this forum is once the postgraduate students finish their degree and then go and join anywhere, the first thing they need to face is get the laboratory ready for accreditation. And accreditation means maintain quality. What did you do this for quality? What did you do that for quality? But of course, at the end of everything, it is all related to patient outcome. But most of the time, you are with a very high or heavy responsibility of maintaining quality without knowing the basic principles of what you need to do and how you need to go about it to get a laboratory accreditation. So the various sessions and the components included here will give you an insight into what you really have to do. So we'll be going in depth and showing you the way how small things need to be done to get accreditation and to do things in a quality way. Okay. எனக்கு தெரியவே இல்லையே அந்த போர்டு எடுத்துருவோம். So quality is never an accident. It's always the result of really high intention, sincere effort, intelligent direction, skillful execution, and it represents the wise choice of many alternatives. Okay, so quality is something we expect in everything. Like even if one of our relatives have an ailment and come to the laboratory to get a test done, we have in our mind whether this report is a quality report, right? And for that, it really needs to be geared up, and it's not just a one-time event. Quality just does not happen just like that. So you really need to plan. You have to have a system of executing the different small components of the quality and to implement it, then get a feedback and see if everything has been done correctly, and then improve on it if there is anything down, and then reaffirm it, and only then you can give the stamp quality to whatever you are doing. But you all know that when we get the stamp NABL accredited, it means that your lab is running that panel of tests in a quality way. Okay, so here you can, the learning objectives for this session is you can understand the significance of quality assurance and quality control concepts in microbiology. So there are two different terms: quality assurance, that is you assure quality for what we are doing in the laboratory, and quality control is before that you need to do a lot of quality control activities in the report. So you should understand what those are. You should differentiate between quality assurance and quality control. You should get familiar with the terms related to all these quality related issues. All those terms, I'm sure they are not mentioned in your textbooks of clinical microbiology, because it's recently it is dominating the whole laboratory based curriculum. So whatever you're learning in quality, it will be a separate thing. So I think slowly, even when I was discussing with the chairperson, we need to include quality concepts in the microbiology curriculum. So we are in that stage. And comprehend components of the quality assurance program. So it is a program which is run, and we have to participate in that. And most important is, we all know these three terms, I'm sure you will be familiar: pre-analytic, analytic, and post-analytic examination. So whatever we are doing, it is split into three components, and we have to maintain quality in all these three phases of any test run in the laboratory. You have to appreciate the benefits of the continual quality improvement. So quality is also not a one-time achievement. So you have to maintain it, and you have to keep on improving on it. So quality improvement is also very important. And for all this, the basic is understanding the good clinical laboratory practices. Okay, next slide, please. So the main aim of this whole program is to outline a comprehensive practical approach to laboratory quality management. So what is quality? It means meeting the predetermined requirements of users for a particular substance or service. So it can be for the whole service, it can be for one small test, it can be for the equipment. So for everything, there are different quality parameters and indicators which you will get to know. So next. So quality includes these three components: total quality management, continuous quality improvement, and quality assurance. So these three abbreviations you should become familiar: TQM, CQI, and QA. So they are very common things which will be used across the quality talks. Next. So TQM evolved as an activity to improve patient care by having the laboratory monitor its work to detect deficiency and subsequently correct them. So it is a whole managerial component of quality. CQI, it seeks to improve patient care by placing the emphasis is not on mistakes in the first place, but to improve whatever has been happening. Okay. Third one is assurance, and this is only associated with the three phases of quality: pre-analytical, analytical, and post-analytical. Next. So although laboratories are usually considered as cost centers, they call it as income generating point in any hospital. But recently, we all need to appreciate and also be very well aware that there are a lot of issues with quality. Means not only excellent reports, it also means correct report at the correct time to the correct patient. So many small things are very important, because sometimes, if not, a very small error can even lead us to some medical negligence. So we should be very awareful about all these things. Next. So the quality management system, it integrates all the quality elements into the work process to establish and to control the work process. So it takes care of all the quality components. So other speakers will be speaking more about it. Next. And most of the time, after, it's not only running all these quality programs, it's also about like when there is a mistake or something goes below the line, you need to do, or you need to find out what the mistake is, how the mistake has occurred, and also you need to find a solution how it can be rectified. So there are a lot of tools which we can use. This is just one. The term used usually is root cause analysis. This is a fishbone diagram. You can analyze, you can plot the different causes for that particular problem, and then arrive at a solution. So when you present it to the management people who will not know really about what is happening in the laboratory, you need to give it to them in a different platform. So for that also, you need to know certain interfaces and techniques and administrative small tools to present those problems with solutions to the administrative people. Okay. Next. Continual improvement process. All these are, it's also a very big set of programs which are continuously planned and organized, and these have to be documented, evaluated, analyzed. So all these activities will be prioritized, and also risk assessment is also included in all these activities. And the effectiveness of the plan shall be determined by all the ongoing reviews. Review means, so whatever has happened so far, say it might be reviewed annually twice or annually thrice. So you have to have review meetings, and you have to discuss all these issues and come to identify points where you need improvement on quality parameters and focus on them. So quality improvement is a process of continual change, and it's not enough to just be discussing about it in workshops and review meetings and all that. It starts at the ground root level inside the laboratory. Even the technicians should be made aware of what quality is, and they should also be educated then and there. Like it's like the bedside teaching. In the lab, table teaching, you have to teach them also to implement the different quality parameters inside the laboratory. And it, of course, has to be supported by institutional leadership. So this is the event of the CQI. So where explain what happened, why it happened, and you have to identify the document. If there is any root cause analysis, how it is deviated from the original, why it happened, all those things you have to analyze. A CAPA has to be raised, the QA department will review it. And then what was done should be fully documented. Documentation is very, very important for whatever quality procedures you are doing. So training gets you into shape. So it's very, very important. Even might be a very small training, but whatever you learn here, I'm sure it will take you through to implement it in your day-to-day practice. So, thank you. I have given some reference which you can go online, and so they're very useful for you for a quick reference about day-to-day. I have a small role play here by our technicians to show how this quality is very important, has an impact on the patient treatment outcome. So they will be doing a small role play now for just 5 minutes. Pushpalata, fast. Get ready fast. நீங்க பேசுறது இங்க இருந்து பேசுங்க. நீங்க பேசுறது இங்க இருந்து பேசுங்க. அப்பதான் வந்து ஆன்லைன்ல
என் பேர் புஷ்பலதா, மைக்ரோபயாலஜி டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ல ஒர்க் பண்றேன். இவங்க வந்து இப்போ வந்து பாக்டீரியாலஜில ஒரு ஸ்பூட்டம் ஏஎஃப்பி போடும்போது என்ன பிரச்சனை வரும், எப்படி பண்ணுவாங்க, ப்ரீ அனலிட்டிக்கல் போஸ்ட் அனலிட்டிக்கலை பத்தி இப்போ அவங்க செஞ்சு காட்டுவாங்க. அவங்க என்ன செய்யறாங்கன்றதை நான் சொல்லுவேன். அவங்க இப்போ வந்து ஸ்பூட்டம் சாம்பிள் வந்து உள்ள லேபுக்குள்ள ரிசீவ் ஆகுது. இந்த டெக்னீஷியன் பேர் வந்து மெர்சி, அந்த பொண்ணு பேர் வந்து லலிதா. அவ வந்து இப்ப சாம்பிள் கொடுக்குறாங்க, இந்த பொண்ணு வந்து சாம்பிள் ரிசீவ் பண்றாங்க. சாம்பிள் ரிசீவ் பண்ணிட்டு சாம்பிள்ல பேஷண்டோட நம்பர், லேப் ஐடி, பேஷண்டோடைய யூஹெச்ஐடி, பேஷண்ட் நேம் எல்லாம் கரெக்டா இருக்கா என்னன்றதை செக் பண்ணிட்டு நம்மளோட சாம்பிள் என்ட்ரி நோட்ல என்ட்ரி போடுறாங்க. என்ட்ரி போட்டு முடிச்சிட்டாங்க. இப்போ வந்து ஸ்மியர் போட போறாங்க, ஏஎஃப்பி ஸ்மியர் போட போறாங்க. ஏஎஃப்பி ஸ்மியர் போட்டு முடிச்சிட்டாங்க. ஏர் ட்ரை பண்றதுக்காக வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. இப்போ ஹீட் ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணிட்டு ஸ்டெயினிங் போட போறாங்க. இப்போ அவங்க வந்து சீனியர் டெக்னீஷியன், அவங்க வந்து பார்த்துட்டு ஸ்மியர் வந்து ரொம்ப தலைவரி சாம்பிளா இருக்கு. ஆக்சுவலா சாம்பிள் வந்து நல்ல புர்லன் சாம்பிள் இல்ல, தலைவா சாம்பிளா இருக்கிறதுனால இந்த சாம்பிளை வந்து என்ட்ரி போடுறதுக்கு முன்னாடியே சாம்பிள் ரிஜெக்ட் பண்ணி இருந்திருக்கலாம். அந்த பொண்ணுக்கு வந்து அது தெரியல அப்படின்றதுனால அவ வந்து சாம்பிளை வந்து என்ட்ரி போட்டு ஸ்மியர் வரைக்கும் கொண்டு போயிட்டாங்க. இப்போ என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னா அவங்க சாம்பிளை வந்து ரிஜெக்ஷன்ல சாம்பிள் ரிஜெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு ரிஜெக்ஷன் நோட்ல என்ட்ரி போடுறாங்க. இப்போ ரிஜெக்ஷன் நோட்ல என்ட்ரி போட்டுட்டு இப்போ வார்டுக்கு ஃபோன் பண்ணி அந்த பேஷண்ட் கிட்ட ரிப்பீட் சாம்பிள் கேட்க போறாங்க. வார்டு சிஸ்டருக்கு இப்போ ஃபோன் பண்றாங்க. கேஷுவாலிட்டிக்கு ஃபோன் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இப்போ பேஷண்ட் வந்து கேஷுவாலிட்டியில இருக்காங்க. இப்போ பேஷண்ட் கிட்ட வந்து இந்த மாதிரி பேஷண்ட் நேம் வந்து பிரியா. அந்த பிரியாவுக்கு வந்து நீங்க சிஸ்டர் இந்த மாதிரி மைக்ரோபயாலஜி லேப்ல இருந்து பேசுறோம். நீங்க வந்து பிரியான்ற பேஷண்ட்டுக்கு சாம்பிள் கொடுத்துருக்கீங்க. அந்த சாம்பிள் வந்து சலைவரி சாம்பிளா இருக்கு. இதுல வந்து ஸ்மியர் ஸ்ட்ரெயினிங் பண்ணி நம்ம ஏஎஃப்பி பார்த்தோம்னா ஏஎஃப்பி பேஸ்லேயே தெரியாது, வெறும் சலைவாவா தான் தெரியும். அதனால எங்களுக்கு ரிப்பீட் சாம்பிள் வேணும், எங்க டாக்டர் வந்து ரிப்பீட் சாம்பிள் கேட்க சொல்லியிருக்காங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அவங்க வந்து இப்போ வந்து கேஷுவாலிட்டிக்கு ஃபோன் பண்ணி சொல்றாங்க. அவங்க வந்து சரி சிஸ்டர் நாங்க ரிப்பீட் சாம்பிள் அனுப்புறோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. இப்போ நாங்க ரிப்பீட் சாம்பிள் கேட்கும்போது மணி வந்து ஒரு 10 o'clock. ரிப்பீட் சாம்பிள் வந்து எங்களுக்கு திரும்ப கிடைக்கிறதுக்கு வந்து கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 1 hour 1.5 hour லேட் ஆகுது சாம்பிள் எங்களுக்கு வந்து சேர்றதுக்கு. இப்போ வந்து ரிப்பீட் சாம்பிள் வந்துருச்சு. அவங்க வந்து இப்போ வந்து ரிப்பீட் சாம்பிள் ஸ்மியர் பண்றாங்க. ரிப்பீட் சாம்பிள் ஸ்மியர் பண்றாங்க. ஸ்மியர் பண்ணிட்டு அதே மாதிரி ஏஎஃப்பி ஸ்ட்ரெயினிங் போட்டுட்டு இப்போ வந்து டாக்டர்ஸ் பார்த்துட்டு அது வந்து பாசிட்டிவா நெகட்டிவா என்னன்றதை நமக்கு சொல்லுவாங்க. இப்போ வந்து இந்த சாம்பிள் வந்து ஆக்சுவலா ஃபர்ஸ்டே பார்த்துட்டு இது வந்து சலைவாரி சாம்பிளா இருக்கு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு என்ட்ரி போட்டு அவங்க ஸ்மியர் பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடியே சாம்பிளை வந்து பார்த்துட்டு சலைவாவா இருக்குன்னு சொல்லிட்டு ரிஜெக்ட் பண்ணியிருந்தாங்கன்னா இன்னும் ஒரு 1 hour முன்னாடி நமக்கு சாம்பிள் வந்திருக்கும். ஆக்சுவலா இங்க வந்து டர்ன் ஓவர் டைம் வந்து ஒரு மணி நேரம் எங்களுக்கு வந்து லேட் ஆயிடுச்சு. ஏஎஃப்பி டைமிங் வந்து ஒரு 1.5 hours வந்து 2 hours நாங்க ரிப்போர்ட்டிங் கொடுக்கணும் டர்ன் ஓவர் டைம். இப்போ வந்து எங்களுக்கு வந்து ஒரு 3 hours 3.5 hours ஆகும். இது வந்து திரும்ப நாங்க ரிப்போர்ட் அவங்களுக்கு நாங்க இஷ்யூ பண்றதுக்கு. பேஷண்ட்டுக்கும் ஒரு ரிப்போர்ட் லேட் ஆகும், டாக்டர்ஸ் ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் பண்றதும் லேட் ஆகும். இப்போ ஏஎஃப்பி போட்டுட்டாங்க, ஸ்மியரும் போட்டுட்டாங்க, டாக்டர்ஸ் பார்த்துட்டாங்க. பார்த்துட்டு இப்போ வந்து அந்த ஏஎஃப்பி வந்து பாசிட்டிவ். ஆக்சுவலா அது வந்து சலைவாவா இருக்கும்போது முன்னாடியே நம்ம போட்டிருந்தோம் அப்படின்னா நமக்கு வந்து ஏஎஃப்பி பேஸ்ல அந்த அளவுக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருக்காது. சப்போஸ் 3+ இருந்தா தெரிஞ்சிருக்கும். 1+ அப்படின்னா வந்து மிஸ் ஆகிறதா வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. இப்போ அது வந்து 1+ அப்படின்றதுனால நல்ல புர்லன் சாம்பிள் நமக்கு கிடைச்சதுனால நம்ம வந்து போட்டுட்டு நம்ம வந்து இப்போ 1+ பேஷண்ட்டுக்கு நம்ம பாசிட்டிவ் ரிப்போர்ட் நம்ம கொடுத்துறோம். இப்போ பாசிட்டிவ் அப்படின்றது வந்து அவங்க வார்டுக்கு இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ண போறாங்க. இப்போ பேஷண்ட் வந்து இவங்க கேஷுவாலிட்டில இருந்து முன்னாடி நமக்கு சாம்பிள் வந்துச்சு. இப்போ வந்து பேஷண்ட் வந்து கேஷுவாலிட்டில இல்ல. கேஷுவாலிட்டில இருந்து பேஷண்ட் வந்து மெடிசனுக்கு ஷிஃப்ட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. மெடிசனுக்கு கால் பண்றாங்க. மெடிசன்லயும் பேஷண்ட் இல்ல அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் இப்போ பேஷண்ட் எங்க இருக்காங்கன்னா ஐசியூ போயிட்டாங்க. இப்போ பேஷண்ட் ஐசியூ போனதுனால நாங்க இப்போ பேஷண்ட்டுக்கு ஐசியூல ரிப்போர்ட் சொல்றோம். இந்த மாதிரி சிஸ்டர் இந்த மாதிரி இந்த பிரியான்ற பேஷண்ட் வந்து 1+ ஏஎஃப்பி பாசிட்டிவ் சிஸ்டர் அப்படின்னு சொன்னதுக்கு அப்புறம் இப்போ அவங்க வந்து என்ன பண்ணணும்னா பேஷண்ட்டை வந்து அங்கிருந்து ஐசியூல இருந்து ரெஸ்பிரேட்டரி மெடிசனுக்கு அவங்க வந்து ஷிஃப்ட் பண்ணணும். இப்போ வந்து இந்த 3 hours வந்து பேஷண்ட் வந்து 3 இடத்துக்கு போயிட்டு வந்துட்டாங்க. அதனால என்ன ஆகும் அப்படின்னீங்கன்னா அந்த பாசிட்டிவ்ல இருக்க பேஷண்டா இருந்தாங்கன்னா அவங்களை ஐசோலேஷன் பண்ணல அப்படின்னா அந்த வந்து அங்க இருக்க எல்லா பேஷண்ட்டுக்கும் அது பரவறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு இல்லையா? அதனால வந்து நம்ம அவங்க கொடுக்குற சாம்பிளை கரெக்டா அவங்க கொடுக்கும் போதே ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சிஸ்டரும் யாரோ பார்த்துருக்கணும். அப்படி இல்லைன்னா வாங்கும்போது டெக்னீஷியன் பார்த்துருக்கணும். அப்படி இல்லாததுனால இது லேட்டா ஒரு 3 hours ஆனதுனால அவங்க வந்து மற்ற பேஷண்ட் கூடவும் கொஞ்ச நேரம் அவங்க வந்து இருந்துட்டாங்க. அதனால இப்ப பேஷண்ட்டை வந்து இமிடியேட்டா அவங்க வந்து ஐசோலேட் பண்ணி ஆகணும். இப்போ வந்து ரிப்போர்ட் அவங்கள்ட்ட இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிட்டு அங்க எந்த சிஸ்டர்ட்ட இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணியிருக்கோம் அப்படின்றத கேட்டு அவங்க பேரை வந்து கிரிட்டிக்கல் வேல்யூ நோட்ல என்ட்ரி போட்டுடுறாங்க. தேங்க்யூ.
So this is a small attempt to describe ஒரு சின்ன சாம்பிள் வந்து எவ்வளோ 3 different phases-ல போகுது, எங்கெங்க என்னென்ன சின்ன தப்பு நடக்கலாம் அப்படின்ட்டு இஃப் இட் இஸ் ஓவர்லுக். ஸோ இங்கே ப்ரீ அனாலிட்டிக்கலாக வந்து சாம்பிள் வந்து you have to check the sample macroscopically, document it, see. So junior level technicianக்கும் எல்லாருக்கும் தெரியணும். So that is very ஒரு ப்ரீ அனாலிட்டிக்கல் அது. ஸோ இன்ட்ரா அனாலிட்டிக்கலா என்ன குவாலிட்டி கண்ட்ரோல் அவங்க என்ன பண்ணணும், போஸ்ட் அனாலிட்டிக்கல் கிரிட்டிக்கல் வேல்யூ யார்கிட்ட சொல்றாங்க, எப்போ சொல்லணும், the turn around time எல்லாருக்குமே தெரியும். we all have to keep check on the turn around time. ஒரு சின்ன தப்பு பண்றதுனால அந்த turn around timeனு நம்ம சொல்றதே வந்து பிரயோஜனம் இல்லாம போயிடுது. அண்ட் அவங்க சொன்ன மாதிரி எங்கெங்கெல்லாம் அந்த பேஷண்ட் ட்ரீட்மெண்ட்ல என்னென்ன இம்பாக்ட் இருக்கு. ஸோ பேஷண்ட் ஒரு இடத்துக்கு போறாங்க, இன்னொரு வார்டுக்கு போக வேண்டி இருக்கு, we are not able to isolate them, sometimes name error, number error. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரியான சின்ன சின்ன விஷயங்கள்ல கூட we have to be very very careful to maintain quality in the laboratory. So thank you. So this is my humble request to all of you to take part actively with full freedom. என்ன டவுட் வேணும்னாலும் கேட்கலாம். So and I also want to tell you that the whole session is viewed by almost 60 to 70 participants online. So feel free to ask anything you want, any doubts. So we have got Dr. Dinesh here, our chief guest, Dr. Mangai ma'am, and all eminent speakers. We can interact with them as a moment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for quoting the importance of quality assurance and quality management in laboratories. Clearly, it takes a lot of work to define the quality management through demonstration. Tea time is a chance to slow down and pull back and appreciate our surroundings. Now it's the time to have a short break. I request all the dignitaries to move forward toward the refreshment counters to take a small break. We'll resume after 15 minutes. Thank you.
ஹலோ ஹலோ செக் ஹலோ
மேலே வச்சு போட்டுட்டீங்களா? இது மேலே ஒரு டைம் போட்டு ரோட்டுக்கு அதுக்கு தான் நம்ம பக்கத்துலேயே உட்காந்துருந்தோம்னா சேஃப்டி பண்ணிக்கலாம். அது இப்படி திருப்பி வச்சு வச்சுக்கலாம். ஹைட் கம்மி ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா இவரு ஹைட்டா இருக்காரு. ஏன்னா உங்களுக்கு ஆடியோ கிளாரிட்டி வந்து நல்லா கேட்கணும்ல. இதை கழட்டிடலாமா? இதுல போடுறதா?
top resource person for many workshops. Sir has expertise in both undergraduate and postgraduate teaching expertise, including super specialties like DM infectious diseases, DM virology, DM rheumatology, and so on. Sir, may I request you to illuminate us about the roadmap to achieve quality in clinical microbiology laboratory. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. So, will you be able to see the screen? Okay, fine. So, at the outside, I would like to thank ma'am and the team for giving me this opportunity. And also, I have to especially thank Dr. Binesh. He's also having my name, I think. Binesh, he came yesterday. Dinesh, okay. So, he came all the way yesterday night, picked me up. Thank you for all your accommodation. And so, I think most of your postgraduate students, okay, I didn't plan any activity. I'm sorry for that. We can have some interactions in between. So during your undergraduate teaching, how many of you know the term external quality assurance? If you know, you can raise your hands. Otherwise, no problem. No. Okay, I don't think anybody come across the word external quality assurance. Have you heard the word accreditation? When you are UG, not now, UG, no, okay. So unfortunately, in our UG curriculum, certain things we are missing, okay, like this, what is accreditation, what is this external quality assurance and all those things. So in our house, we see that I usually, when I was a small boy, I used to see my grandmother, after after cooking rice, she takes 2 or 3, okay, and what they will do? They will nicely squeeze it and see what happened to that. Okay. So sometimes, if they are not convinced, what they will do? They will call somebody else and give 2 more and tell them, will you please check? Okay. This is what the external quality assurance is. We know, we have a process, we know the procedures, we have trained personnel to do everything. But more than that, we are confirming whether our process and system and procedure is in place or up to date or not. Okay. So when I saw the topic, I called madam, it looks little vague and big. Ma'am gave me clearly, no, don't worry, you stick on to EQUAS. So just an overview of external quality assessment. So this assessment is the critical aspect of laboratory quality management. Ma'am was telling about the quality management. Okay, assessment is one of the critical aspect in that. This assessment can be done in several ways. One is our, if you are getting accredited to NABL, they will send assessors and they will assess us. Okay, so it can be done in several ways. One of the commonly employed assessment method is that is of external quality assessment. Okay, we call it as EQUAS. That S is also added to that scheme. External quality assessment scheme. Basically, it is external quality assessment. Again, it's not working. Okay. Okay. The term external quality assessment is used to describe a method that allows for comparison of laboratories testing to a source outside the laboratory. Okay, this is basically a comparison of the method what we are doing to a source which is outside laboratory. So this comparison can be made to the performance of a peer group of laboratories or to the performance of a reference laboratory. So this can be compared among a peer group or it can be compared against a standard laboratory. So I want to know, you would have had this term proficiency testing. Okay, is it interchangeable? This EQUAS and proficiency testing, is it interchangeable? What is your thought about that? EQUAS and proficiency testing, is it interchangeable? We call it a sometimes EQUAS program or proficiency testing program. So the term EQUA is sometimes used interchangeably with proficiency testing. However, EQUA also can be carried out using other process. Okay, so this proficiency testing is one of the external quality assessment. It can be done in other ways also. So EQUA is defined as a system for objectively checking the laboratory's performance using an external agency or facility. So these are the different EQUAS methods. One is proficiency testing, we know that. Another one is rechecking or retesting. Another one is on-site evaluation. These are the different types of EQUA methods. So I'll go one by one. So proficiency testing, there is an external provider, okay, who sends unknown samples for testing to a set of laboratories. So that particular batch may have different parameters like what we are having now, like smears, culture, serology, like the different parameters. So which is fit for our laboratory, what we need for our lab. So the results of all laboratories are analyzed by the PT provider, and that is being compared, and further the final report is given to the laboratories. What is their performance? That's being given to the laboratories. This is called proficiency testing. So what we are commonly participating here is the proficiency testing. We can call it as EQUAS also. The second one is rechecking or retesting. This is also an EQUAS method where the slides that have been already read are rechecked by a reference laboratory. Okay, so don't confuse this with the slide you may be sending it to another lab for confirming. It's not like that. The slide you have already checked, we have the report, then the slide is being sent to a higher laboratory and they are also checking, and you are going to compare the results or the report. In that way, you can assess your performance. This is rechecking. Or retesting is, samples that have been analyzed, already tested, and allowing for inter-laboratory comparison. You already checked on sample, that sample you have the values or about the report is already ready. The sample you send to another laboratory, they are performing the same test with same methodology. They will also perform the test and they will give the report, we compare our results. Okay, this is also one way of doing EQUAS, rechecking or retesting. Third one is on-site evaluation. This on-site evaluation is normally which happens in a very rare occasions where we may not be having a proficiency testing program or rechecking or retesting facility. Okay, so usually the methods that have not been universally applied. So your lab, you may be doing a specific test which is not being done everywhere else. In that condition, you can call some experts. They will do the on-site evaluation. They will see the procedure. They will observe that. They will see the report and all those things. And that's also an external quality assessment. I hope you understood what is the difference between these three: proficiency testing, rechecking, retesting, and on-site evaluation. All these are external quality assessment. So what is the purpose of external quality assessment? What we are doing right, okay, that also we can assess. Second one is what we are doing wrong, what mistakes we are doing, that also we can raise, that we can say it as passing test or a failing test. And remember, one good result does not make a laboratory supreme. So one time we got 100%. Okay, you can't be happy. You should be worried about the next time, because always when you get 95 marks in any subject, next time when we go with the progress report, what's your parents are? So what is the mark for that subject? What you have got? nobody wants us to go down below that. Okay, so a good result does not make a laboratory supreme. The challenge is to repeat this performance again and again. One bad result does not make a laboratory bad. There is a chance which gives us the challenge to prevent that it repeats. So we have to do a root cause analysis if we fail somewhere, and we can do a corrective action and preventive action. That way we are going to improve our process. Is it clear? So these are the purpose of external quality assurance. The other benefits are this participation in an external quality assessment program provides valuable data and information which allows comparison of performance and results among different test sites. Provides early warning for systematic problems associated with kits or operations. Okay, so we usually what we do when we start a test, we evaluate so many kits, and finally we narrow down to one kit. We found that this performance is good, then also it's not very costly, and all. We narrow down to one test, and one more kit we keep it as another one. If it is not available, we may be going for that. So with that particular test, we will be keep on doing that test, and we are keeping reporting. So with that test, suddenly if you fail in EQUAS, okay, that means there is some problem in our procedure or with the kit or the process. Okay, so it's a warning sign which gives when you are failing in EQUAS, you have to do a root cause analysis that must and find out what is the problem in that. Why did I fail? Okay, and also it provides objective evidence of testing quality. Of course, when you're doing well, it says that, yeah, you have done well. But when you're going wrong, your scores will come down, and there is a lot of scores for improvement. Okay, it's objective evidence and indicates areas that need improvement and identifies training needs. So you know that as a EQUAS provider, we feel that many people, they do well in culture, AST they do well, serology they do well, because most of the times it is automated. Serology they do well, but they fail in smear. If you ask me which is the difficult test to do in microbiology, is smear. Smear interpretation is very, very difficult. Okay, so when you are failing in the smear or whatever test, you see where did I fail? What is the reason for that? So what are the modifications or improvements I have to do in that process to get a good result? So you have to do a lot of evaluation about yourself. Sometimes there may be a particular person, he may be doing the mistake. So you have to find out, you have to train them, reassess them. That way only we'll be able to improve the process, because it's not only in our hand. We have to depend on the person who is bringing the sample and the person who is reporting the final report. This is a teamwork basically. We'll be just managing that. Is a good team which will be doing this. Okay, so this also the EQUAS indicates areas that needs improvement and identify training needs. And EQUAS helps to assure customers such as physicians, patients, and health authorities that the laboratory can produce reliable results. So once one of the clinicians, they came to our lab, and he was not very happy with one test what we are reporting. Okay, so he asked certain things, and we told him, no sir, we are following SOP, this is a standard procedure, we have reference for that. Still he is not happy. Finally he asked, are you participating in EQUAS? We said yes, not only one, we are participating in 2 different EQUAS for that particular parameters. He said, okay, I'm happy with that, go ahead. Okay, that gives the assurance for those clinicians. And sometimes if it is a standalone laboratory, there are many clinicians, they will be sending the samples to that. So it's indirectly, it gives a idea to them that this lab is doing a good work because they are participating in EQUAS and also scoring. Then individual laboratories can use EQUAS to identify problem in laboratory practices, allowing for appropriate corrective action. I already mentioned that. And also participation will help to evaluate reliability of methods, materials, and equipments, and to evaluate and monitor training impact. It's one very good thing actually, because we have to monitor the methods. We will be having the SOPs, materials, and the equipment we are having, and the personnel doing the training is there, whenever we fail, we'll go back and see whether it is due to the equipment or it is due to the SOP which is not updated. All those things we can analyze and we will be able to improve. So that benefit is also there when you are participating in EQUAS. Then, of course, how many of your labs are NABL accredited? Okay. So this NABL accredited in the NABL ISO 15189 2012 or even 2022. I think Sir is going to talk about that. So EQUAS is one important thing. Always they will come and ask, show us the EQUAS performance. Okay. And if there is a lag in that, like if you are scoring less, whether you have done any corrective action or prevent root cause analysis and all those things, this is a must. Okay. So accreditation usually necessitates EQUA involvement. So additionally, taking part in EQUA builds a network for communication and help strengthen the network of national laboratories that we have seen in COVID situation. So many labs, they started PCR, they were asked to go for accreditation. Am I right? Are your labs accredited for PCR? COVID, most of the labs, they got accreditation for PCR. Then information provided by the EQUA provider and the samples provided for EQUA testing are both helpful for performing continuing education activities. That is, I don't know how many of you have seen that lessons learned when you get after the EQUAS package. Usually at the end of the year, they usually send. What are the lessons learned from each package? Okay. So one observation I say that once we have given Klebsiella, I think, for that piperacillin tazobactam, according to CLSA, it has to be reported as SDD, susceptible dose dependent. Okay, so in the first challenge, many people they failed. Only I think 12 or 30%, 13%, they gave the correct answer, susceptible dose dependent. So after that, we send the lesson learned. Many people they learned. So that again after 2 challenges, we gave the same organism. Many people they improved. Okay, so in that way, it helps us for the improvement and also for continuing education activities. And the isolates, what you are getting, they are all well characterized isolates. So that you can use as a control isolate for other testing also. Because we know that it's a resistant means a resistant isolate and susceptible means a susceptible isolate. So those isolates are well characterized. Those isolates you can use for your further studies or whatever project or whatever thing if you are needed. Then key components of an EQUA scheme. The EQUA programs can be obtained for no cost or for a fee. There are some EQUAS programs, like I think there is one for syphilis in our country. If you are doing, if you participate in that, it's free of cost. Okay, like you can do TPHA, RPR, VDRL, and all those things are in the scope. That's for free. I forgot the name. Or for free, of course. So what we are providing from CMC, that naturally you have to pay something because a lot of money and manpower involved in that. Without a fee, we can't run that. So it's for fee. Then free EQUAS programs include those provided by manufacturers. Usually some manufacturing company, they may be supplying some consumables and all those things. They may be giving this freely to assess that process for that particular test. Okay, usually free happens like that. So free EQUAS programs include those provided by manufacturers to guarantee that equipment is functioning properly, and those run by regional or national programs for quality improvement. If you are joining in any national or international programs or projects, they also provide some this kind of EQUAS programs. They enroll you, you can do it freely. So some EQUA programs, like EQUA program for tuberculosis, may focus on a specific disease. Okay, there are some programs, they specifically concentrate on a particular subject. For example, the tuberculosis. We have in our country tuberculosis. Then others may discuss a variety of laboratory tests while examining the overall effectiveness of microbiology testing, that I can say our microbiology EQUAS. So the key components of an EQUA scheme. So the successful participation in EQUA program demonstrate the efficiency of the laboratory's control procedures, enables external organizations to recognize laboratories' excellence, and is important for improvement of the laboratory quality management system, as it is a measure of laboratory performance. So, proficiency testing, again, I am coming back to the proficiency testing. One of the parameter in that equals, due to to the provider. So the results are evaluated and analyzed by the provider, and after that the report is being generated, that is being given to the participant, that is informed of their performance and how it compares to that of other participants. So overall performance, how much it is, where you are standing, whether you failed or passed, and all those things are there. So you'll have a comparison among your peer group. So what is the laboratory's responsibilities? Once you get the report, what is the laboratory's responsibilities? Okay. So it's not like a single man's decision. You have to, as a team, you sit together, you analyze what happened. If there is a flaw in that, if you get less marks, and find out where we went wrong. Okay. So the participating laboratories use the performance results to make changes to their practices as necessary. So there you decide what all the things has to be modified, and you implement that from there. So to be successful, PT protocols must be meticulously followed. That is, along with the PT items, you get a paper which says that how to report it and how to reconstitute the culture and all those things. You follow it meticulously, otherwise you may not get the growth also. Like any other sample, whatever they are telling, you have to follow meticulously. Then result submission. Okay. So there is a last date, means don't wait till the last date. Try to send the report a little early, because that's one of the main problem for us. Till the last date, we won't get the report. You have to give many times you have to call them and ask why you are not sending the reports, and all those things are there. So result submission. So once we get the results, we start evaluating as early as possible. All PT results and corrective measures should be documented. Okay. So the documented word, wherever it comes, it's not easy. So you should have a procedure in your lab, what all the things to be documented. So one of the thing is the corrective measures that should be documented, and the record should be kept for the necessary amount of time. That when you talk about the NABL accreditation, they say that how much time you have to keep the records. We can say 1 year or 2 years, like that. You have to keep the records also. Then only backdated we will be able to go and see what happened, why did we do the correction. It's a tool to assess lab performance. Therefore, there should not be a difference between how PT samples and patient samples are handled. That's very, very important. Okay. So normally some labs, what they used to do is they will call one of the good technologists or technician there, and they will tell, this is a equa sample, you process it. That's not. You take the sample, anonymously you give it to anybody. Okay, this is a patient sample, you process it. Okay. That way only you will be able to improve. So it should be considered just like a patient sample. And also it must be processed using the standard testing method by people who regularly conduct the testing. Don't give extra importance for that. How you perform the test for a normal sample in the laboratory, like that you do. So for example, sputum sample. Okay, where do you process the sputum sample in your lab normally? Initial processing, where do you do? The open bench or a biosafety cabinet? Okay, it should be processed in a biosafety cabinet because see, the sputum for culture, it won't come with a flag that I am TB positive. The samples which is sent for other cultures also may be having these kind of organisms. That's why all samples should be considered as all. So like that, the sample should be processed inside a biosafety cabinet. So just like what you are doing in your lab, the same process should be followed for the PT samples also. Participation in PT is meaningless unless the information gained is used to improve the laboratory. That's one thing. Otherwise, tomorrow you'll be wasting money. There is no gain at all. What are the limitations in this proficiency testing? So it's crucial to keep in mind that proficiency has its limitations and shouldn't be the only tool used to assess the integrity of the laboratory. PT won't catch every issue in the lab, especially those involving the pre and post examination process. Okay, so your lab is having a pre and post examination process, but unfortunately, the proficiency testing won't catch those details, the pre and post examination process. Remember, one bad test result does not necessarily mean that there is a problem in the lab. Okay, there's one result you failed. It doesn't mean that the lab is not at all good. No, there is a lot of scope for improvement if you analyze that. So this is just a comparison between proficiency testing and the rechecking. Okay. So is it an interlaboratory comparison? Yes, both are in interlaboratory comparison. Simulated samples can be given for proficiency testing, but for rechecking, no. We have to give a real sample. What you have analyzed, that sample only. But that smear has to be sent. Then real samples we can use like a proficiency, yes or no. Simulated and reals both can be used in proficiency testing, but rechecking, it is must, yes. And analytes evaluated, many can be done in PT, but very few in rechecking. Okay, these are the comparison between only these two. So it gives a good objective measure of the laboratory performance and can be organized to address most kinds of laboratory testing, is cost effective and therefore be used frequently. So that's why proficiency testing is more popular among these three. Retesting or rechecking, it is useful when it is difficult or impossible to prepare samples to test all of the testing process. It's expensive and uses considerable staff time because you have to meticulously do the process and the same type of smear has to be sent to other laboratory. So that needs a lot of time and expertise. On-site evaluation, it's not possible for all laboratories, but it gives a true picture of a laboratory's overall performance because on-site the assessors are going to see your performance. Okay. And offer real-time guidance for improvements that are needed. You may get guidance from the assessors also for improvement. Probably the most costly, which requiring staff time, and the assessors the experts may have to come from different countries or different places in the country. Okay, so it's most expensive and the expense of those performing the evaluation. So what does EQUA offers? It offers a laboratory the sole way to make sure that its performance is comparable to that of other laboratories. The benefits of this participation are significant. So after doing all those things, this much only we get, but this offer is enough for us to say that the report what I am generating is reliable. So EQUA participation is essential for laboratories. This one I already mentioned. It's must for those who are going for NABL. And suppose if there is no EQUA's program available, okay, then you can go for an inter-laboratory comparison. That is, you know that another one lab nearby you, they are also doing the same test. They are also doing the same methodology. Okay, then you can have a MOU with them. You send on sample from to you, they will send on sample, you both analyze and the reports we will exchange. Understand? So that way we compare. So the interlab comparison. But our experience, we wrote to many people for interlab comparison. Unfortunately, we didn't get any reply for certain tests. One is wheel Felix, but I think many people they are not doing. So you couldn't able to get somebody to do this interlab comparison. But of course, for many other tests, if it is not possible or it's not available in EQUAS, you can go for interlab comparison. So after doing all this, it's the duty of the laboratory management to keep track of the EQUA results and their implementation. So what is the role of the management in this EQUA? Okay. So there should be developed procedures for sample handling, sample analysis, and appropriate record keeping. Though the samples must be recorded, appropriately processed, and stored as necessary for later use. And the sample analysis, consider if EQUA samples can be examined in a blinded manner. That's what I told already. If you give this in a blinded manner as a patient sample, that will be good. That's the responsibility of the management. So management means don't think you are principal and manager and all those things. The lab, who is going to be the manager? You are the managers of the laboratory, because finally you are going to sign the report. So you have to take the responsibility. You are the manager. So we have to do all those things, sample analysis, the training, all those things. It's your responsibility. Then appropriate record keeping, whatever. So investigation of any deficiencies for any challenges where performance is not acceptable, that is also the duty of the management. Then taking corrective action, then informing management and all laboratory workers of the results. So who are in the management, you inform, and most of the time we neglect the people, those who are working below you. You call everybody, put a meeting, you say that we performed well in these tests, but we didn't perform well in this particular test. Okay, so where we went wrong, this analysis already we have done. So all those things should be explained to them. Then only they will also understand that the importance of their role in generating the report. So information is very, very important. So how do you choose a proficiency testing provider? You are going to participate, you want to participate in a proficiency testing program. Okay, how do you choose? So find out, does the provider satisfy my needs? So does he cover most of the tests what I am doing in my laboratory? So you can see their scope. Usually the scope is available from each provider. Then second one, is that provider accredited? Okay, for proficiency testing providers, they have a separate accreditation, ISO 17043. That's for proficiency testing providers. So whether they got accredited or not. Understand? So if they are accredited, you can just go and get joined with their program. How much does it cost to participate? That's very, very important, because most of the EQUAS programs is very costly. It's in if you are going abroad, it's in dollars. It's not like it goes in lakhs. It's not possible. So is it cost effective or not? Okay. So all those things you have to keep in mind before choosing a proficiency testing provider. So all laboratories are encouraged to participate in EQUA challenges. If possible, it should include EQUA for all testing processes carried out in the lab. EQUA offers a laboratory the sole way to make sure that its performance is comparable, and also the benefits of this participation are significant. Now, so far I was talking about the EQUAS program or the proficiency testing program. Okay, from here I'm going to tell our experience as a PT provider. So the PT provider, what we do is, so as I mentioned earlier, we give you the samples, you test those samples and give the report, we analyze and we give you the report. Okay. By offering proficiency testing in different laboratory fields, proficiency testing providers support laboratory quality assurance. Basically, what we are doing is supporting your quality assurance. In proficiency testing, laboratories are compared using the same method and the same samples under predetermined conditions. To give an example, why I am talking is serology. If you take serology, you mentioned the methodology there, like nephelometry, turbidometry, ELISA. Okay, one particular parameter. So how we are assessing you is, we put all these nephelometry group in one, turbidometry in a different group, ELISA in a different group. We are not going to compare ELISA with turbidometry. Okay, so you are compared among your peer group, those who are doing the same methodology. That's what being done by the proficiency testing providers. Peer group evaluation is. The samples what we are giving you usually resembles the normal samples, okay, routine samples. So therefore it provides a realistic idea of the laboratory's performance. And proficiency testing providers verify that the samples are sufficiently stable and homogeneous to ensure that the assessment of the performance of laboratory is reliable. Okay, we are not just giving you a sample and telling you to do the test. There is a lot of process behind that. So when we start the program, suppose 2023, okay, the year starting itself, we in a meeting we decide how many 3 cycles this year we are having. Each cycle what we are planning to give, those things will be divided, means decided there. So after that, for the next cycle, what we are going to do, again we will decide what smears should be given, what culture should be given, what serology should be given, because that availability should be there. Especially for serology, it's very difficult. Serum should be available. Okay. So, and also the parameters should be usually acceptable by most of the laboratories. So keeping all those things in mind, we will decide. So provider along with scientific advisors plan 1-year program, and specific materials are decided 3 months before each PT cycle. So once we decided the samples, okay, smear means suppose now approximately there are 1,200 participants are with us. So we prepare extra 100 smears. Okay, the smears are prepared. Then from each 50 smears, we will take one smear. Okay, that is trained and that is being tested to assess for the homogeneity, whether it is uniform or not. Okay, and one more smear is being taken, and which is given to different people from seniors to juniors. Juniors mean even interns. They are giving those smears. Interns means we have a laboratory program. In those interns, we'll give them, we tell them to do the staining and give the report. That also we will analyze, because the seniors may be good in that, the juniors may not be good in that. That should not happen. Equally, they have to report. Okay, so we look for the homogeneity. Like that, the culture also the same thing, serum also the same thing. So a lot of process behind that. Once all those things are passed only, the sample is being given for participants. Then something called stability. Okay, what we are doing is the smears, one smear, each culture as well as the serum sample, we send to Delhi, Gangaram Hospital. Okay, they keep it at room temperature for 7 days. After 7 days, they will send the sample to us. We will again process it and see whether the report is same as that or not. Okay, that's for the transport stability. Then temperature stability, that's mainly for culture and serum. The sample is kept at 4 degrees centigrade and 25 and 30 degree, okay, each 2 hours. And another one sample at 37, then 4, then 25, another one at 25, 37, 40, like that. At different temperatures we used to keep. Then these are processed and checked for whether the sample is temperature stable or not. It's a lot of process behind this. After all those things are confirmed, then only these samples are being sent to the, okay. So transport stability and temperature stability, and also that homogeneity is being tested. Then determination of the assigned value, sometimes the known values that we know the sample known value that can be assigned, or certified reference values when we get from the when we procure those materials, from there we will get the certified values that can be used, or reference values what we are doing, and when we process and get those reference values can be used. Or most of the time what we are doing is consensus value from expert participants or consensus value from participants. So usually for serology what we do is the consensus value from participants. Okay, that's easy, because whatever we do sometimes we may go wrong. So we take those participants consensus value, among that only you will be evaluated. Okay, So inappropriate value will significantly lower the scheme's value. Actually, it reduces our value, the inappropriate. Finally, the key messages: ICWA uses valuable resources. The laboratory should make the best use possible of its participation in ICWA. And the ICWA should not be punitive. Okay, don't punish anybody, try to improve them. It should be viewed as educational and used as a tool to help direct improvement efforts in the laboratory, and one of the critical elements of laboratory quality management system. Okay, that's my last slide. I hope you understood something, and now I'm open for any questions. If you understood something, you may ask something. Otherwise, I have to take that you didn't understand anything. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Some new terms. Any terms, if you are not familiar, also you can ask. Okay. Proficiency testing is a new terminology. Okay. You understood what is proficiency testing. Okay. Yes, of course, we have to participate in ICWA. So we are participating in many ICWAs. Like one is Gangaram Hospital. Their scope is same like us. And also we have to participate in molecular thing, because when we are evaluating these cultures, cultures manually we do the identification. MultiTOF we do the identification. By PCR we do the identification. All those things we do. And also AST we do manually, and automated methods, and also the resistance genes we detect by PCR. After that only these strains are sent for things. So for all those parameters we have to participate. So we are participating with UK ICWAs for molecular this thing, and some diarrheogenic pathogens that we are participating, and mycology we are participating, and as I mentioned that syphilis serology we are participating. There are a lot of ICWAs we are participating, because we have to participate. That's one criteria to get IS 17043. Sure. So any on-site event, usually what happens is we may be participating in some research programs. Okay, research programs. So at that time, that particular parameter may not be comparable with others. So those from those research programs, they will come to the lab and evaluate us. So we had the ones, I think, for Vibrio, somebody came from outside. So they have gone through our sample reception area. Further, how we are processing the whole thing. They have gone through. They have gone through our SOPs. Okay, on site they have evaluated how we are processing. But that's very, very rare. But any rare organism, if you are dealing with, you may go further. Yeah. Yeah, for reference centers, it may be. So any pathologists here, like a pathologist? Mike? Yeah. Consensus value from the participants. Okay. So there is a method to analyze that. We put all the values from the participants, because we take that which is the common value in that. Okay, that's what the consensus value. There is a lot of mathematics behind that. There's a way to analyze that. So the outliers easily we can go out, and those who are closer to that we will take. We won't take our values. The participants, what they have reported. No? For example, most of the time it will like the expected value may be like 7, 7.5, 8 will be there, like 6 will be there. All those things we will accept. But outliers like 1 or 18 and all those things. So this consensus value from the participants results. We won't predetermine that. But smear we predetermined because a lot of evaluation goes on, and also from the expert labs also we see if it is okay. 10 labs usually expert labs we take their reports, and if it is correlating we take that. And cultures usually there's not much problem, but serology only always we go for this consensus among the participants. Yes. So it's always good if it is a salivary sample you mention. Usually salivary sample, that's what they enacted here. If it is salivary sample, we may ask for a repeat sample. Sometimes the possibility is less because the patient would have given it in the OPD, they would have already gone. So we say that this is a salivary sample, so the report should be taken with caution. It's not a good sample, the report should be taken with caution. Usually we inform them the salivary means this is a salivary sample whether to process or not. If they tell that the patient is not there to process, we'll process. And the report goes with them right away. But of course, sometimes the patient, no, they won't come back. Their relative will come. It's not possible for the patient to come and give the sample. So processing, you can reject very well. You can reject, but if there is no chance, you process the sample and give it the right. Any other questions? Okay.
Sir, we have questions from the online.
Yes, please.
You can read it on the screen.
Yeah. Sure. Okay, I think Okay. So quality management, control, assessment indicators are all the independent or the interlinking. Okay. So all these are different, it has different meanings, like control is different, then assessment is different, then indicators are different. I'll give an example. Assessment means somebody is coming and assessing your process and the procedures. Indicators means there are certain indicators we can fix to see whether we are improving or not, quality indicators. Like if you want indicators, I can give from microbiology. One good example is the salivary contamination. Rate of salivary contamination sputum samples. That's an indicator. So you can you should have a benchmark for that. With that reference, you can have like 20% is acceptable. Okay, indicator. So what we will do? We'll find out how many salivary samples we got this year. If it crosses above our benchmark, then some intervention should happen. What will you do? The sample collection method has to improve. So you can put some posters, you can train the people or the doctors saying that the sample, how it should be collected, that they also inform it to the patient. In that way, you can reduce the salivary samples. That's an indicator. Okay. So generally for cultures, we get the feedback after 3 months, that is with the next batch. By the time we lose the cultures for any, corrective action. Okay. So the thing is, you have to store the culture and maintain that. Of course, it will take some time to get the feedback from the provider because we have to get all the reports analyzed and we have to give the report. So it's always good for the laboratory to maintain those isolates for further testing. Suppose if you test and find out your values, what you are given correctly, then we are always there to help you and accept. Suppose we may be wrong. So all those we are ready to accept and we will surely give an answer for that. Especially for the sensitivity testing they are asking. Well, of course, you can store the sample and you keep the isolate, maintain it, and you can later also, this can be tested, AST can be tested. Generally for cultures, okay. So recently, I'll tell one experience. See, we are participating with another request. We got 1 mark less in smear. What we have reported is gram-positive cocaine short chains. What the expected result was gram-positive cocaine groups. Okay, there is a cross variation. So we have the smear, we took the smear, we analyzed. We checked again, many people, like 10 people we checked, but we couldn't able to find even a single group of organisms. So what we will do? We took a picture, the same we write the report and send it to the PT provider already. We send that in this smear we saw like this only, that's why we have reported. That's a good way, because the provider, if they have any doubt, they can communicate with you, or they can say that where they went wrong, or whatever they think that. So it's always good. If you have any discrepancies, always you can write to the provider and get the clarity. I hope that it makes some sense, and thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for providing us with the benefits of equas and responsibility towards laboratories. May I have Dr. Saraswati ma'am, Professor, Department of Microbiology, to present the memento for Dr. Bhimeshwar, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. To all the participants here, I just want to tell you. To all the participants here, the main purpose of inviting someone from CMC Vellore is that almost all labs in Tamil Nadu, I think we get a parcel from CMC Vellore once in every 3 months. External quality, we pay for it, of course, we enroll ourselves, and we get a package where we are supposed, it's like a test or like an examination. A sample comes and then you have to do everything and get it ready. So it is from their perspective how difficult it is for them to send. It's like a question paper almost, but they are real samples. They are sending it across. So how many labs, sir? Total you have to 1,200 plus participants. So we are one of them. So we get the analysis reports, and you also have to learn how to analyze the review or the feedback which they give you. So next time when you go to your labs, when you get those feedbacks, because just பண்ணிட்டு okay correct வந்துச்சா அவ்வளவு மட்டும் இல்ல, they give lot of feedback on that, so you can so that next time you can improvise on it. So it's a learning period for you. So next time when an equus sample is run in the laboratory, just follow it closely, just see what happens in your lab and get acquainted to it. Thank you.
Next year.
Now, let's share our session with Dr. Vinod Govind Nambiar, Professor and HOD of Microbiology and Immunology and Chairman in Quality Assurance Committee in National University of Science Technology, Sultanate, Oman. Sir has completed his undergraduation and post-graduation in Government Medical College, Nagpur. Sir has an astonishing teaching experience of more than 27 years, combining Pariyaram Medical College, Kannur, and College of Medicine and Health Sciences, Oman. Sir has expertise in various fields of microbiology, and his areas of interest are antimicrobial resistance, hospital-acquired infections and control, medical education. Sir has published many articles in national and international journals. Sir has received several awards, including Best Professor in Microbiology in Asian Education Leadership Awards. We should not forget that Dr. Vinod Nambiar, sir, is a life member of Academy of Clinical Microbiologists and other associations like Indian Association of Medical Microbiologists and HASI, IMA, and many more. I am honored to welcome Dr. Vinod Nambiar to share his experiences on quality in higher education. Please welcome, sir. We'll join him through online. Thank you.
Sir, good morning, Dr. Vinod. Good morning, sir. We welcome you for the session. And my acquaintance with Dr. Vinod is like I was there in National University of Science and Technology, Oman, for 5 years. And he was HOD of Department of Microbiology in Oman Medical College, or NUST as it was called. Had the experience of participating and working with him in academic accreditation. So as important as accreditation is there for labs, it is also very important that you know the basics of academic accreditation. Okay, academic accreditation, what do you think it could be? You have the NMC to evaluate you, right? You have a lot of quality things which you have to perform with students, how you take your classes, how it is, the whole system of how you educate your students is also, it also needs quality, right? So all those issues Dr. Vinod will be discussing about. Sir, welcome on board, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir, but we are just trying to redirect the audio from the laptop to the speaker. Kindly wait for 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Sir, can you do a sound check, sir?
Yeah, you can hear now? That's fine.
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir. Please carry on, sir.
Yeah, I can see the slides now on the screen. Yeah. Rico, you will be showing the slide, no? Because I can't see here. Okay, yeah, now I can see. Okay, good afternoon to you all. It's my pleasure to talk in this conference because the Dr. Chitra was working with me for some time, or we can say some many years, and then we are very close friends. And when she told me about this topic and this conference, I was happy to give a presentation. And I will be talking about quality assurance in higher education and my Oman experience here. As you see, I am professor and head of Department of Microbiology here, but I am also the chairman of the Quality Assurance Committee in the College of Medicine and Health Science, which comes under the National University of Science and Technology. And one more thing is that I see that most of you are postgraduates, so you may not have entered into this system of quality assurance in higher education, but you will be having an idea about that. But I think that once you pass your post-graduation and start your join any academic institution as assistant professor, then you will be drawn into the system of quality assurance, and then you will understand what all is this about. And as Dr. Chitra already said, it's very important that all the quality assurance is not just in diagnostic lab or not just in some areas, but or teaching or learning, etc. It encompasses a whole lot of areas in the medical education, and this we can see from here, and particularly my experience in Oman, what we all can do to improve the quality in our place. Next slide. There you go. Yeah. So when we see here, what is actually quality? Quality is, we can define it as fitness to use or to complete the purpose. So, and then what is meant by assurance? Assurance is the process of ensuring that the best products or services are provided to the consumers or stakeholders. And when we say stakeholders in higher education, it will mean the students, the parents, the faculty, the staff, the community, and the government, and all other people that are benefited from these medical colleges. So it can be the clinical service as well as the academic aspect. So this is what we have to take care of. So quality assurance in higher education doesn't just mean giving some surveys to the students and then getting the feedback. There are a lot of other areas which are also coming into that. So in one place we can say it is the process of establishing the stakeholder confidence, that the provisions. So we can say the inputs, that is we get good students, good admission process, and then the process. So all the process in teaching, learning, assessment, then the administration, everything, and the outcomes, that we produce very good graduates who come out of the college who are fulfilling all their roles and objectives. And this quality assurance means then that these are all as per expectations, or they fulfill the expectations of the stakeholders or agreed standards, or they measure to some minimum thresholds. So this is what is quality assurance. And so it will involve the systematic review of all the education provisions so that it maintains its quality, equity, and efficiency. Next slide. So the question comes, what is quality then? So in higher education or in education, Harvey and Knight have divided quality into like 5 different dimensions. So what is quality? Quality is something which is exceptional, means which is of very high standard. What is quality? Quality is something which is consistent, means there is no defects, means towards the whole of the process, it is with very, very less defects or no defects. What is quality? Quality is something which is fitness for purpose, means it is fit for the purpose that it is expected to be. Like when we teach a medical student, it is the medical student, when he gets out of the college, he should be fit for doing the job or whatever he is required to do as per the expectations. Quality is also value for money. That means the efficiency and effectiveness are maintained. Quality is also transformative, Means the ongoing process, there should be improvement, there should be enhancement as per the customer satisfaction. So quality encompasses all these things. That is the standards, benefit, then the defect, zero defects, and transformation. Next slide. So why quality? Next slide is there. Yeah, why quality is important in higher education? Because nowadays we see that the student population has increased and more students are entering the higher education. So that is why there is a competition among the institutions to get more and more students, that is high quality students also, not just students. So we know that students will prefer always the good standard institutions. Also, there is globalization of education. That means the students are moving from one country to another country and going and studying. So if I go from India to US, I will naturally choose a institution which is having a high standards. So that is cross mobility. Then also increased collaboration among the education providers. So you know that many institutions get in agreement with each other, and then when such a thing happens, it's always that institutions of high quality will only agree to enter in mutual collaboration with each other. For example, my medical college where I am teaching and where I am working, that is the College of Medicine and Health Science in National University, is in collaboration with the West Virginia University in USA. So we follow their syllabus, their curriculum, and most of their things. So that is why it is important that we maintain our quality to that expectations. Also, there is a shift seen towards online learning, hybrid learning, etc. And these are disseminated to various students. So if I want to take a course, online course, I will only take a course which has got a high quality. So that is why maintaining quality in all these aspects is important. And that is why there is also increased accountability and scrutiny and transparency by the government. So like your medical college may be scrutinized by the government, by the National Medical Commission, by the other agencies to see that the teaching, learning and other aspects of the college are as per par with the agreed standards. Okay, the next slide. So here you can see that even the WHO has said that quality education is one of the most important thing to be done in the sustainable development goals. So education has to be provided to all, not only education, it has to be quality education. That is why quality assurance has now become a buzzword around the world. You have a lot of organizations that also do this quality, external quality accreditations and other things. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, see, this is I said, as I said, I'm working in Oman since last like 15 years. Before that, I was in Kerala in Kannur Medical College. So you can see this is Muscat. It's a very beautiful country with lot of tourist potentials. You can see the hills, the sea, the greenery, and deserts are also there. We don't have very high-rise buildings here like in Dubai. All are with traditions and all. So this is Muscat. And next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So this is like the normal traditional dress here, what they call is the dish dasha. You can see the deserts and the scenery here. And then this is what is Oman. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, coming to quality assurance, when we see the whole framework of this quality assurance, we can see that the institution, these are some of the very important things that should be present for a very good quality assurance mechanism. That is, each institution or the university should have its own vision and mission, means what they are doing, what they expect to do, etc. And then there should be a very well defined academic framework. So what is your degree? What are the requisites for that degree? And is it accredited? And when we give a degree, is it recognized by other agencies, etc. Same way, curriculum should also be very well defined. We cannot just take something from somewhere and just start teaching. We have to have the local contextualization, the what you call the country's requirements, etc. in the curriculum. Then the support systems are also very important. That is the student support systems like transport, hostel, then the library, etc. All this should maintain a proper setup and quality assurance mechanisms, infrastructure, even the governance. So in an institution, all these things are very important. So when we see this side, so these are all very important. So we can see the internal quality assurance mechanism, and we have the external quality assurance mechanism. When we say internal, it is like whatever is happening inside our institution, quality mechanisms. And external means when from outside agencies comes and looks at our all the aspects of the teaching, learning, assessment, governance, infrastructure, etc. And they measure us according to some standards, which are like nationwide or international standards. So this is what is quality assurance framework. So in our university, National University, or in our college, that is the College of Medicine and Health Science. Next slide. We look into all these aspects. That is, you can see the vision, mission, the governance structure, the quality management system, the quality committee and quality office, the quality manual and procedures, the strategic plans, operational plans. I think you will be coming knowing all of this once you get into the academia. Then you will have a very good grip of what all this means. The strategic plan, operational plan, feedbacks, action plan, closing the loops, accreditation, quality audits, benchmarks, KPI or the key performance indicator, and we follow what is known as the ADRI approach. The approach, deployment, then the review, results, and then the improvement. So this is what is our quality system works according to this. So I will go one by one into this and show you like what are the features in each of this, even though it's a very wide and a very big thing here, but small bits of this I can let you know how we work here as a quality system. Next slide. This is the National University here, and you can see the headquarters. It is in Muscat. So we have a vision and a mission for this university. Vision means like what we want to be, where we want to be, what we aspire to be. So every institution or every university should have a vision. Then only we can move forward. Then only our quality systems can be maintained so that we can achieve that thing. So if my vision is that I want to be recognized regionally, then I have to make whole system in the college in such a way that it has to be at a regional level standards. But if my vision is that I have to be recognized internationally, then I should put more resources, work more to see that I reach at that level. So that is why to have a vision and mission is very important for any institution or any university. So mission is like what we are currently doing now. So if I am producing medical graduates, how they should be? They should be good in research, they should be good in teaching, or they should be good in community service. So every college will have their own mission and own the visions. So based on that, the whole priorities of that college will change. For example, if some college wants their mission to be like working in rural area, my graduates should work in rural area, then whole of their system or the teaching learning will be towards that rural medical education, like that. So this is why it is very important to have a mission and vision goals for any institution or any university. Next slide. So you can see the quality assurance framework in our university. So we have a vision, we have a mission, we have our own values, and to accomplish this mission and vision, we have the strategic plan. So strategic plan is another important thing where all the stakeholders like the faculty, students, the community leaders, the parents, the government, they sit together and make plans. For these 5 years, we will be doing these things in teaching, in research, in community service, in governance. Then only we can reach to that level. So these strategic plans, they are broken down into small goals, and each goal will have some objectives, and these things are then taken up as operational plan. So every year we also sit together and make certain operational plans that, okay, today, this year, we will increase the number of books in the library from 10,000 to 20,000. So this is one operational plan. Okay, this year we will have more audiovisual equipments in the lecture hall. So this is one operational plan. So what we are doing is we are trying to increase our resources to match up to their strategic plan. Because in our strategic plan, we have told that we will become a digitally enhanced audiovisual system in the university in 5 years. So this is how every year we try to increase these things. Then once we increase, it is not kept like that. We have to take the feedbacks of different stakeholders like the students, the faculty, the staff and other people to see that whether we have achieved that level or whether they are satisfied with that. And accordingly, there are also targets. There are key performance indicators which will give us the percentage, like, okay, out of 100, 50% is achieved or 60% is achieved. So these targets we have to meet. So this is what is the framework in National University, and all of us are involved in this quality assurance mechanism, including the faculty, from the Vice Chancellor to the lowest level of staff is involved in all these committees and etc. to see that we have or we work towards our goal or vision or mission, etc. Okay, next slide. Yeah, so this is like what we have, as I said, the vision and the mission, because these are very important to drive our quality process. So if you take this National University, we have like Medicine College, College of Medicine, we have the Pharmacy College, we have the Engineering College, School of Foundation. So each of these college may have their own mission, but the vision is the same of the university. And each of this college, they have the same strategic plan of the university, which is divided into different areas like teaching, learning, community service, research, and governance, etc. But we can have our own operational plans. So we make our own operational plans in each of these colleges. Okay, next slide. Yeah. So what I said is that to have a good quality assurance mechanism, one of the first thing is that your college or your university should have a mission statement. It should have a vision statement which should be well disseminated, and all the people working in that university or college should know about it. So we should know what I am doing here. So what is my goal and where I should reach. Then only we will work towards that goal together and make this university into the like internationally recognized in research or education or whatever. So we have a common goal to that. So that is our quality assurance mechanism. And then we try to find out from various stakeholders whether we are reaching this goal or not reaching their goal through feedbacks and other things. So one of the second important thing that any institution or university should have to achieve that quality assurance system is governance structure. So there should be clearly defined a framework of governance structure, like who is reporting to what, etc. For example, in National University, each of us, like as I'm professor or head of department, I have a set job description available, set what all things I have to do in teaching, learning, how many classes, what things I have to do, in research, what all I have to do, in community engagement, what I have to do, and in governance, where I should take part in all these things. So everybody starting from the vice chancellor to the lower down staff, have their jobs and descriptions and roles and responsibilities properly defined. Then there will be no clash, no ego, no problem. Then the quality assurance mechanisms is like a smooth activity. Next slide. Yeah, next. Yeah, this is the second thing that I've said, is that we should have proper strategic plan and operational plan. So to have a proper quality assurance mechanisms, so what we said is that each institution should have their proper mission and vision. They should have a proper governance structure with the roles and responsibilities properly disseminated to all the staff and faculty, so that they know what they have to do. And then the institution or the university will have their own strategic goals or the plans, and then the operational plans, like every year what we have to do and we have to achieve to reach that target, so that our university becomes what it wants to be or what is intended to be, etc. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is what is the quality assurance. And then in quality assurance mechanism or the management system itself, for example, in the National University, we have our own central quality assurance committee that is at the university level, and all the colleges, they have their own quality assurance committee also at the college level. So this is important because this is the committee which makes the policies for the quality assurance, which makes the pathways for it, how to do the work, etc. And also the review of the process, means whether it is happening or not, all this committee will be doing. And this committee has members from the faculty, the staff, the other stakeholders, even students, and then the university members. So all of them, we sit together, like every year we have 3 or 4 meetings, and then we deliberate on issues and then find the solutions and disseminate it to the stakeholders. And same way, even though this committee is the monitoring committee, the day-to-day work of quality assurance is done by the quality office. So this office in the university, it is the directorate, and each college level, like medical college, engineering college, pharmacy college, they have got own quality assurance office where different staffs are appointed who do the feedback, the analysis of this feedback, the documentations, collection of all the things, internal audits, etc. are done by this quality assurance office. And then we follow this ADRI approach, where these feedbacks are collected, the results are analyzed, the action plans are maintained, and then it is analyzed, and then chances for improvements are made. And this is then told to the departments, okay, these are the areas where you have to improve. Then they do the improvement. So this is what is done in our university. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, so the objective of quality management system in National University is the internal audits and the review, as I said, to achieve the learner license and approvals from the university. We know these things. And then the conformance to requirement of Oman qualification frameworks, the national recognition of the awards, the statutory body, improving the quality. So quality assurance mechanism in our college, that is the committee and the officers, does all these activities, because these are all important. Because if a medical student is getting out with a degree, we call it here MD degree, not MBBS, because it's a 6-year course and it's an American system. So the MD degree that the student gets should be recognized by Oman, should be recognized internationally, so that if this student wants to go and train in other country for their fellowship, they should be accepted. So that is why the quality office or the quality committee or the mechanism here tries to get in touch with all the agencies and then fills their application forms and sees that our degree is recognized everywhere. Then these are some of the main works. And next slide. Yeah. Then the quality office, as I said, they conduct the internal reviews, audits, and then they make the benchmarks and then the key performance indicators, like if there is an activity, how much it should have been achieved in 1 year. If it is not achieved, we find out the cause why it was not achieved and then try to make the improvements on that. And then another aspect of quality assurance office or the committee or the system is that we try to give awareness to all the stakeholders associated with us about what is quality, how it is done, why it should be done, etc. Because as you know, everybody thinks that quality is not my job. It is the job of the committee or it is the job of the people who are working in the quality office. No, quality is like a what you call ubiquitous. It should be present everywhere. Everybody should have a role or responsibility in the quality. So that is one area where we try to give awareness to all the people about the quality aspects. Yeah, next slide. So these are some of the, just I'm going through some of the things that we have here to maintain the quality. So like these are the committees. So like for if you see the university level, there are some committees which monitor, do the work and take care of many things in the colleges. So whether it is working according to our plan, whether it is working according to the strategic plan, or whether the operational plans in different areas, like in research, like what we have planned in research, that we should have 20 publications from one department, or we should have this much of research setting in microbiology lab or in biochemistry lab. So whether this is being achieved. So all these are looked upon and reviewed by these various committees. So we have the quality assurance committee at the university, health and safety committee, the research committee, then industry and community engagement committee. So they will arrange all these awareness programs in the community. For example, the diabetes screening, hypertension screening, the antimicrobial resistance awareness camps. So all this is part of the committee of the community engagement role. Industry committee. So for the pharmacy college, they will arrange the industry interaction so the students can go to the industry and take part in their various internship programs. So these are like the committees in the university. The same thing we have at the college level also, but at the college level we'll have more expanded committees. We have the curriculum committee, examination committee, the research ethics committee. So all the papers go to that for ethical approval, etc. And these are the various committees you can see. So what I said, to have a good quality assurance mechanism in the college or the university or any institutions, you should have a vision, you should have a mission, you should have the strategic plan to reach their mission and vision. You should have the operational plans, the proper committees to look into that review process of each of these aspects, and then we should have the work plan for all of this. Okay, next slide. Yeah. Then another thing that is associated with quality or quality mechanisms is that, as I said, awareness. Everybody should know what is going on in the college and what is my role and responsibility with regards to quality assurance. So we have a quality assurance manual that is published. It is a 90-page manual, and everything in that manual is mentioned. For example, what is the role of vision and mission strategic plan of this university, what is the role of quality assurance mechanism here, how it is done, and what is the governance structure here, what is the role and responsibility of each of the staff or faculty or the vice chancellor working here. Next slide. Then, as I said, just I have to copied from this thing. So you can see, say, some of the strategic plan in academic quality, what we are supposed to do, like when we take classes, what are the things that we need to do, how is the program, how is the design of the program should be done. If I want to introduce one separate topic in my lecture or in my course, I cannot just go and take a topic that I feel, because it has to go for approval from the curriculum committee, and then it has to be properly vetted, and then we do the thing. So like that, there are program designs that has to be done. So course monitoring, and then the in research field, the research committee, consultancy, and student support services. So if you take the student support, so transport, library, the IT facility, their visas, etc. So all of these go through a proper quality assurance mechanism to see that there is no confusion, no problem faced by anybody, because everything is according to the agreed standards, according to the agreed expectations of the students and the faculty, as per their response and the feedbacks. So that is why, as I said, quality assurance mechanism is very important for an higher education institution to see that everybody is happy with all the aspects of that institution, whether it is not just teaching learning, even the services that are provided to them. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, this is like the medical college here. As you can see, as I said, we offer a 6-year program. So our MBBS is like the MD1 to MD6, and in partnership with the West Virginia University. So it is taken from the West Virginia University. Yeah, next slide. So at the college level, we can see that if you take the curriculum framework, it is an outcome-based curriculum, and we have this type of mechanisms. So what we can see is that we have the National University mission and our college mission, that we will be producing medical graduates who has got patient-centric care, humanistic care, who will be good in research, who will be good in community service, lifelong learning, etc. So these are the words that are there in their mission. So when we make our plan, or when we do our teaching, learning, and assessment and other activities, we should see that we include all of this in our curriculum. So if I say global health, so I should have some topics of global health incorporated in my curriculum, because I have said that my students will be learning about global health in our mission, or my students will be working abroad. So in that case, I should have systems which will provide career counseling to the students to go abroad. If I don't have this in my mission, then I did not worry about career counseling office, etc. But if I have to do these things. So this is what is the mechanisms or the framework that should be in place any institution or any university. Same way, our curriculum has got a program learning outcomes. So when a student goes out from this medical college, he should be proficient in these 6 types of outcomes. One is professionalism, communication skills, medical knowledge, the clinical and procedural skills, and then the practice-based learning and system-based practice. So my student, when he goes out, should be proficient in all of that. So each of us, like in the various subjects, include parts of this in our teaching, learning, assessment, etc. So professionalism. So we have to conduct the small group teaching, the what you call student presentations, group discussions, to see that about professionalism and other things, ethics and communication skills, medical knowledge. So that is why if you take the whole MD program, all of these learning outcomes are properly distributed among the whole MD program, so that finally when the student comes out, he is well versed in all of this. There are many colleges which do not have any of these systems, which just like a medical program, just go on teaching the subjects that they want, or they assess just like that, but without properly doing a proper quality assurance framework. The graduate that comes out is a confused graduate, doesn't know what to do, where he is good in something, etc. So we should make sure as an institution, as a university, that our things, products, or the outcomes that come out meets proper expectations or the agreed things. Yeah, same thing. You can see that we have an MD program handbook that mentions all the details of the program here. and you have the qualifications framework, etc. So I'm just showing you some of the things that we have here to see that our quality assurance mechanisms are properly maintained. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, then one of the important, we can say, the base of quality assurance mechanism is getting the feedbacks. So getting the feedbacks from all stakeholders. It can be students, it can be faculty, it can be staff, it can be alumni, it can be the employers, it can be the government officials. So our quality assurance system or office gets feedback from all of these stakeholders, and it is administered basically by Blackboard, which is our learning management system, Google Forms, and other data management softwares. So these are sent to all these stakeholders, and then the what you call the results are collected and analyzed. Next slide. Yeah, you can see that these are the various types of few examples I have given that we take the feedback from the students. For example, we take students' feedback on the orientation program. So when a student first comes into the college, they are given an orientation about the various subjects, various college, the rules of the college, what they are expected to do, the quality assurance mechanism, the library. Everybody comes and talks to them and tells about their own what do you call the programs and the other things, facilities available. Then the student will do a campus life survey, then the IT survey, satisfaction survey, library satisfaction survey. Some of these are done towards the end of the year to say that they satisfied with the library, are they satisfied with the books collection, are they satisfied with the services they are getting from the library, are the library staff courteous, helpful, like that. So they also do for all the courses, all the faculty, and all the facilities. These are some of the just examples that I have shown you. Next slide. Yeah, for example, this is like a form for the feedback, and you can see there are like 10 to 12 questions that the students have to answer, like strongly agree, disagree, like that. And then once this is taken up by the quality office, they make the analysis, the result, and this is now given to the respective departments or to whom this is concerned. For example, if they take a course analysis of my microbiology department, they send it to the HOD of microbiology, and then we in the department has to sit together, make an action plan where the students are not happy or where they are happy, what we should do further to improve that thing. And these action plans are now submitted to the dean and the quality office for improvement. So like, I want more resources, or I want more faculty, or I want to do more work. So these are then done to improve the system. So you can see that how feedbacks are used here in our institution to improve the quality of the system. Next slide. Yeah, these are some of the analysis and other things we can see, and you can see that whatever analysis and results that are made by the quality office are also communicated to the other people, other stakeholders, so they know what is happening, how much quality has improved or not improved over these years or not in the various categories. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, so from this you can see that it is not just collecting the response from the students and then making some action plan and not doing anything or forgetting about that. No, quality, if you want a proper quality assurance mechanism, this closing the feedback loop is very important. So there is a student feedback, there are action plans made, and the changes are made according to that, and these changes have to be communicated back to the students or the stakeholders. So how we communicate is that we make the changes and tell that your feedback was this and we have made these changes, and then it is shown to the students in the Blackboard, or emails are sent to them, or posters are put up in the college. So the student feels that, okay, now my opinion is valued and my experiences are taken care of by the teacher or the faculty or the administration. So next time I will participate more in this QA feedback. So that is why this helps our college to get more responses. But if you are not doing this closing the loop system, students feel let off, and next year they won't participate, or they will just tick off like that. So we won't get a good response. And this we do for all the surveys, etc. Yeah, next slide. So this is just, I told you that we also do help the college or the institutions to list our MD degree for the qualifications framework, Oman qualification framework. Then only, like, my MD degree is recognized by the Oman government, and this will be seen by other institutions around the world, and they know that, okay, this is a program which is recognized by the government, and it has all the quality parameters, and it is a very good program, so we can accept the students who have passed from this college. Yeah, next slide. So coming to accreditation. So another important aspect of quality assurance mechanism is accreditation. So we have seen here from the previous speakers about the importance of accreditation. So accreditation is basically the certification given by the external agencies, usually regarding the suitability of this medical education program in this case, and the competence of our medical college to deliver this program. Okay, so it is, so in one way accreditation will mean that our program is as per international or other standards. Our school or the medical college that is providing this program is also capable of providing this program, this good program. So the accreditation will look into this. So when we, our experience here in Oman or the College of Medicine or National University, we have two types of accreditation. One is in Oman itself, which is done by the OAAAQAE, that is the Oman Authority for Academic Accreditation and Quality Assurance of Education. So there is it is a government body, statutory body. They have lot of reviewers. They have an application form. They have standards, like there are 8 or 9 standards in which like we have to have our systems and like the resources, everything matched to that level, and then they will send we have to make a evaluation report, self-evaluation report, how much we match to these standards, and this application is sent to them, and the reviewers will check on this. They come to our college and they see that whether all of these are in place. They will interview each of us and see that what we have written the application is working or not. Just like I think NMC thing, etc. But NMC more looks at infrastructure. Here the accreditation is more in the process, more in the resources, everything. And same way, we are also going now for the World Federation of Medical Education recognition, which is an international recognition. It is by WHO and FAMR, etc. So it is also one of the things that are going to come up maybe later, when all the medical colleges in the world is recognized by the WFME, so that our degrees are recognized everywhere else in the world. So if our student wants to go to US and practice there, they can do this thing because our degree is recognized by World Federation of Medical Education. Yeah, next slide. So I can see the benefits of accreditation is global recognition, more student mobility and collaborations. So if my medical college here, National University, is recognized by WFME, that means it should be recognized by all the medical colleges around the world. So our students can go from here to other college for internship, for electives, for work even, etc. And then it helps to drive the standards. So if my college is recognized or accredited, the students elsewhere can see in the website that it is WFME recognized. So they will come here. So there will be more demand, and that will help to increase the income for the college also. So this is why the accreditations become important. Yeah, next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So this is what is OAAAE. As I said, it is the accreditation body in Oman. They are not just accrediting the medical education, they accredited all the higher education. So be it engineering, be it education, be it any other colleges, they come and recognize, because they have a standard set of standards which are coming under like governance, teaching and learning, research, student support services, like that. So each of these standards will have various criteria. So all of this we will have to fulfill according to that agreed standard by Oman government. So if we reach up to that, okay, we are recognized or accredited. If we do not reach, they give time to us to again go through the accreditation and complete ourselves. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, because I said that we are now in the process of WIFME accreditation. We have completed most of the process, and maybe next month they are going to come to us to give their report. Means they will come and review us, and then they give the report. So that is why I just telling you like what we have done for the WIFME accreditation. So this applies for any accreditation. So the WIFME accreditation is mission to enhance the quality of medical education worldwide. As I told you, this is Oman government wants us to be WIFME accredited, but at the same time we have to go for the local accreditation, which is the OAAA QAE. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, so we can see that. See, these are the standards under which we will be reviewed. Like as I said, mission and outcomes. The OAAA has got governance management. So that is why I said we should have all these aspects in our system. Then only we will be reviewed. If suppose a medical college in India wants to be WIFME accredited, if they don't have their own mission and outcomes, then the WIFME will say you don't have any mission, then how you will fail in that thing. If assessment of students as per standards is not there, you will fail in that thing. That is why we should have all these systems in place, then only we can go for the accreditation. So you can see there are many things that are that have to be looked into for accreditation. It is not just teaching and learning or just some examination purpose. A whole lot of things are there which has to be taken care of. Yeah, next slide. So yeah, next slide. Yeah, so this is what I'll just tell you like how we went about this WIFME accreditation process, because any medical college, any institution, anything, it is not just WIFME or academic accreditation, it can be any other accreditation also. So what we did was that once we thought that we will go for the WIFME accreditation, an accreditation committee was formed involving the members from all the stakeholders like the students, the faculty, the staff, the community leaders, the government officials, etc. And then some subcommittee was formed, and what they did was that they looked into the WIFME standards, teaching, learning, assessment, student support, etc. What are the things that we need to have in each of these standards? And then we did a gap analysis. Means we checked what are the things that are available our institution and matched with that standard. And if it is not matching, what are the gaps? And if the gaps are that, we made a report on the recommendations, like what should be done to close that gap. And this was given to the management, and they did everything to close that gap. For example, earlier we didn't have our own mission. It was a university mission. Then we made a mission for the medical college itself. Like that, many things have to be done. And finally, when we are satisfied that we have closed the gap, we send the application to the local accreditation authority. For us in Oman, it is the Turkey, where the agency is located. And we have to make a report, a well-documented report, that is known as the self-evaluation report, and in which we write everything that what we have, how we are going to do it, or what is the quality parameters in it, and then what do you call the evidence. All the evidence have to be shown. We cannot just bluff something that we don't have, because with evidence only it has to be properly projected. And then the accreditation authority will come, check us, and then they will give the accreditation. Yes, next slide. This is just, I told you, as we made a gap analysis report, showed that these are the areas which were lacking in them, and then these are the recommendations that have to be done for that. And then the institution did that thing. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, so you can see that we identified various challenges in various areas, like infrastructure, like student services, teaching resources, curriculum, feedback, policies and procedures, and made recommendations that we have to improve on these areas and what are the things that have to be done. For example, next slide. Yeah, you can see here that what we did was that the College of Medicine and Health Science have to improve its documentation, review the policies and procedures. So these are just headings I'm telling, but in each of these headings we have written in description about what are 1, 2, 3, 4, what are the changes that has to be brought, and these are then given to the college, and it is put under the operational plan each year, and then we improve that, and then strengthen the system, the resources and everything, so that we match up to that standards. Yeah, next slide. So you can see like a summary of the external and internal quality assurance mechanism. So when we say internal quality assurance mechanism, inside our college, we have all the feedbacks, we have the program monitoring, we have the internal audits that are done by the quality office or the internal, like the faculty, staff, etc., program approvals, surveys, safety audits, etc. And when we come to the external quality assurance mechanism, it is done by the external body. So it may be done by the government, or it can be done by the WVU or our academic partner, West Virginia University, or it can be done by the WHO through the World Federation of Medical Education, etc. So these comes as licensing, accreditation, Oman Quality Framework, or the qualifications framework. The degrees are accredited, benchmarking, etc. So you can see that the quality assurance mechanism involves not just internal things, it also external. So internally we have to do our own quality assurance mechanism, and externally also there are reviews. Just like in diagnostic microbiology, you have your own internal quality assurance mechanism as well as the external quality assurance mechanism. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. So yeah, so we can see that, as I told earlier, quality is everyone's responsibility, not just the responsibility of few people who are working in the quality office. Everyone has to be equal part in it, and that is why one of the work of the quality assurance committee and the office is that we try to create awareness among all the stakeholders about quality, about the mechanisms, by publishing booklets. As you say, we have the manuals, we have the handbooks, we also do it in the orientation programs and give talks about quality. Then everyone is in the same line, same the system, etc., and we work together towards achieving the mission and the vision of the college or the university with high standards and with the agreed upon terms. Yeah, so you can see quality assurance is for improvement, and as by the internal quality assurance mechanism, external quality assurance mechanism, and accreditation, etc. So you can see that all of this helps us to be accountable to the government, to the public, to the stakeholders, to whom we are responsible. So we can tell with confidence that, okay, yes, our college is producing medical graduates with very good competence, high standards. Our college has got programs of high competence or high standards. Our college has got resources and systems of very high standards. So all these can be shown with proof, with all the evidence, and that is what is quality assurance mechanisms or quality assurance system is very important. Yeah, last slide. Yeah, so this is thank you for patient listening. I hope as you are all postgraduates, most of you will be entering the academia, and then you will become part of this, and then you will understand what is quality assurance, what is quality assurance mechanism, what is mission, vision, and all the things that I have told are about benchmark, internal quality assurance, external quality assurance, certifications, license, frameworks, etc. Yeah, thank you.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah. Now, yeah, I can hear.
Sir, please read the question and answer that, sir.
Okay.
Someone, Anand Sundararajan, has asked a question.
Yeah. Is QA standards benchmarks different for different specification like research, education, labs, healthcare, EQS and MSA have to study and apply the corresponding? Yeah, the quality assurance standards or benchmark are definitely different for different systems. What we mean is that, for example, if it is research, then the standards will apply to the research. For example, how many papers are published, like where it is published, like what are the research facilities. Then the agreed upon standards will be there as per the agency. If it is being done by an external agency, they will have a specified standards. For example, if I say Oman Academic Accreditation Authority, they have their fixed standards that what has to be done in this. So we have to match according to that standards only. And for as you said, like EQAS and NABL, these are for the diagnostic sector or laboratory aspects, etc. And for higher education, it is different. And so same way the benchmarks are also different. Benchmarks and analysis part is different.
Same person has asked one more question, sir.
Is any benchmark framework for QA like an ABA flexible, modifiable to suit our local needs, resources? You can to modify the most of, for example, as you said, these are local contextualization can be done. For example, World Federation of Medical Education, they have made their own standards and it is applied internationally. But as we say that there may be cultural context which will be different. For example, in Oman, which is a Middle East, there may be some things which are different from maybe US or Europe. Then in that case, they give the liberty to make our own guidelines, but within that framework. Within that framework. For example, if we are teaching about the World Federation of Medical Education says to teach about some aspects of education, which is not found here. So we need not do that. We will include our aspect, which is locally applicable. So like that. So they give per modify within that framework. Some may be strict. For example, if it is Oman Accreditation Authority, they have the set standards for Oman. They will not allow change. We have to match to that because it is locally made.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experience in quality assurance and management. Good food is the foundation of hygiene happiness. The best lunch is the one when the family gather around the table. Now it's time for lunch.
Thank you.
So thank you, sir, for the very informative thing on academic accreditation. I'm here. Most of them are postgraduate students. I'm sure they don't maybe realize how much it is important to know about it at this stage. But sure, as and when they go through their higher years, they will be able to understand how important accreditation is, and it will never go out of their lives. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's why I said once they get into academia, they will be like knowing more about these things.
Can you hear me, sir?
Hello?
Line of diagnosis. Who could be simulated before that you are breakfast morphological indicators.
Hello, check 1 2 3. Hello, check 1 2. இந்த mic ஆச்சு. Online participants, please notice the session will start within 5 minutes.
Hello.
Check 1 2 3. Hello. Check. Check. Check.
Ma'am, can you hear me, ma'am?
I can hear you. Can you all hear me?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you, ma'am, but your screen is blank.
My screen is blank.
Video.
My screen is on. It shows is on.
Can you exit and come back again, ma'am?
Completely exit and come back.
Yeah. Use the link and come back again. தம்பி இப்போ இன்ட்ரோடியூஸ் பண்றியா?
Can you hear me now? Can you see me now?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Me also?
Yeah, I can see you.
Perfect.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. The next speaker in our workshop is Dr. J. Jayalakshmi ma'am, Professor and Head of Microbiology, KMCH Institute of Health Science and Research, Coimbatore, who is a renowned speaker and an inevitable person in the field of microbiology. Ma'am is here to talk about what we need to understand in internal quality assurance. We will be engaging ma'am through online. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So, first of all, thanks to Chitra ma'am, the entire department of microbiology and the management of SRM Trichy, and everybody involved in Unicora 2023 And big congratulations to you, because last year, I think the same time I was there, probably almost the same time I was there. Physically, unfortunately, this time I couldn't. So hope to meet again soon. This is not a very nice mode to interact, however. It's a convenient mode as of today. So I'm just going to take you through a few things, and I bring greetings to you from my institution. Can you just change my slides, please? And I'm just trying to do this. Kartika, are you there? Somebody, can you just change my slides, please?
Yes, I'll change the slide.
So, ma'am wanted me to discuss with all the postgraduates and all participants about the IQA, or the internal quality assurance in microbiology, right? So, what is that we need to know as microbiologists? I think some of the postgraduates are not from the field of microbiology, but however, it applies. And if you're going to be in a laboratory setting where you're there together, you could also be of some resource to the others. So it will definitely help, and you may also see the efforts that the microbiologists take and how it's so different from the other fields of diagnostic services, right? So next slide, please. Next, yeah. So what we're going to see in the next probably 30-40 minutes is that quality assurance, I think the terminology that you've been hearing continuously from morning. Internal quality assurance in microbiology, I would be discussing in terms of pre-examination, examination, and post-examination, and some unique features of clinical microbiology, as well as the challenges that you face. Right. Next slide, please. So if you look at the role of a diagnostic microbiology, laboratory as such, so here it helps the individual patient management by identifying microbial agents of various infections. It could be bacterial, viral, fungal, protozoal, etc., and suggest appropriate antimicrobials for treatment, and also assess the prognosis. Periodic assessment may be done. Detection of emerging antimicrobial resistance and the prevention of spread of resistance among them. Antimicrobial stewardship, hospital infection prevention and control, early detection of microbial pathogens with public health importance, okay, support of outbreak investigations within the hospital, and identifying the role of environmental factors. So I think my slides are missing. I can't see my slides. So okay. Yeah, thank you. So next slide, please. So what is the challenge that the diagnostic microbiology laboratory have? One is a lack of quality pre-service training for healthcare workers or healthcare professionals handling microbial samples, because it's unlike the other samples. Microbial samples need to be collected differently, transported differently, maybe handled differently, brought in differently. There are timelines, there are temperature requirements, etc. So if the person is not collecting the sample properly, if the person is not aware of asking the right test, and then if the person is not sending the samples appropriately, we are not going to be benefited in any way, not the patient. Lack of clinical understanding of appropriate use of the microbial services, not in larger facilities, still there in smaller facilities, in certain areas of the country, not all over. Lack of patient information and quality specimens to provide good data, because a lot of our TRFs are still without any patient information, so we don't even know how to correlate this particular findings that you have. You have a new organisms identified. You don't even know whether it's a colonizer, pathogen, clinical condition of the patient, how long is the patient in the hospital, no history, nothing, and there is no antibiotic history given, etc. Lack of quality microbial lab supply procurement. Sometimes it's taken that you need to just do a test. So you just get one rapid assay, it should be enough. You have a HIV test, that should be enough. So the strategy of testing HIV whenever it comes positive should be known for anybody to procure. So they know that there is a 3 different tests for HIV itself to be done. And quality of the test definitely is important, because your sensitivity of your test is going to be hardly hit with poor quality of reagents and kits that you would have. So it's important that we have good reagents as well. Lack of capacity in data management and data analysis, because you don't have, you will not be able to analyze them well if you don't have, and then you don't have an understanding. So you don't further take it forward for all your requirements in the laboratory or programming your own systems. So that's going to be challenging. Limited dissemination of critical information to the clinicians. Reports are generated, they are identified as a critical result. However, the time taken to convey this report to the clinician is not right at the lab end. So there is this challenge also. And why all of these is happening also is that because it's very complex. The entire process of microbiology lab testing is so complex. These are organisms, they are very fragile. Sometimes they stay well and they multiply well, and many times they don't. And the environment sometimes add more organism to the load or to the specimen, and sometimes in the environment they lose it. So it has to be taken care of very much before it's getting processed. And you also have manual and automated systems, and sometimes you have half manually done and then move on to an automated system or vice versa. So you have to have various types of checkpoints to see that there is no error in any ways in releasing these reports, because it is critical for the patient to start an antibiotic, not start an antibiotic, stop an antibiotic, or choose another antibiotic, or treat a person, not treat a person, isolate a person. Everything is dependent on a good microbiological laboratory. Thanks to COVID, a lot of laboratories in the countries have now been upgraded. We have molecular testing facilities all over the country, and most of the labs do good work. At least during the times of COVID, if you have been associated with any lab, you will know that we've done a good job as microbiologists, and we rose up to the occasion to work harder, longer, etc. So I think we did pretty well during that time, and we continue to do most of the times now as well. So it's a good thing. So we'll just have to find out where are our potential error areas so that we work specifically on those. Next slide, please. So we have phases of testing. So when a patient comes, so then he's been examined, or he or she has been examined, and then after that there is an ordering of the test, and then there is a pre-examination collection of samples. Depending on the test order, the samples are getting collected and they are transported. Depending again of the sample, various means it's getting transported. Sometimes within the facility, sometimes outside the facility to another center to be tested, and it reaches the laboratory of testing where the testing happens. And once the tests are done, it's been validated, and the validated report is now uploaded onto the system, now available to the clinician for him to make a change in the diagnosis, or to emphasize on the diagnosis made, or continue with the therapy, etc. So this is the cycle. So we have 3 phases here and 3 critical phases. Next slide, please. Next. So in all of these phases, you have errors, and the most crucial ones would be the previous one, please. The most crucial one would be in the pre-examination phase, where you will have about 48 to 62% of errors in that pre-examination phase, and then you have the examination phase, least error, and then again in the post-examination phase you could have these errors. Now I think this must also be a terminology that's been mentioned quite often today. So quality management system. So to address all of these, you need to have something in place, and quality management system is a management approach, complete approach, which requires management as well as the lab administration to fully be on board, so that the entire testing process, including its technical aspects, are meeting the quality requirements. So that is what a quality management system itself means. Next slide, please. Okay, now we are into the terminologies. Let's understand. I think I'm sure somebody would have mentioned about this and slightly also discussed on the differences between the assurance and quality. If you look at the assurance and quality in today's discussion, we will not have much of a difference, but this has been used interchangeably. But if you would see, it's totally a different dimension. One is the complete process that it looks at. That's a quality assurance program. It's a sum of all the activities and procedures undertaken by medical laboratories to improve the quality and clinical usefulness of laboratory test results. I repeat, it's a sum of all the activities and procedures undertaken by the medical laboratory to improve the quality and the usefulness, or clinical usefulness of laboratory test reports. Now, the quality assurance includes what? The training of the personnel, purchase and maintenance of equipment and reagents, analytical processes itself, reporting, interpretation of the results, and release of report. But what does this quality control means? This term quality control covers a part of the quality assurance, which primarily is something that has to do with the control of errors, okay, in the performance of the test. So it kind of looks at the quality control looks at the it's looking at the control of errors only in the performance of the test and verification of the test results. So ultimately, the goal of quality system itself, in terms of quality management system, is to obtain test results that are the triple R or RRR. What is this RRR? Reliable, relevant, and reproducible report. So you want a reliable report, a relevant report, and a reproducible report, end of it, so that it's beneficial for a patient. Right? Next slide, please. So what does WHO say? WHO says that the quality assurance is a total process whereby quality of laboratory results may be guaranteed. And it looks at this way, it says the right result at the right time on the right and properly collected material from the right patient, interpreted in accordance with the current updated guidelines and obtained at the right price. So it covers all aspects of it, considering all of that of being right in the performance and release of report and being the price being right for the patient who's benefited from this. Next slide, please. Now, if you look at the quality assurance program, it has two components. I think Dr. Binesh would have spoken to you about the external quality control assessment scheme, which is a very periodic and retrospective analysis by an independent external agency like CMC, Valor, or other, with the aim to analyze the accuracy of a test. So here is a picture that I show you. Accuracy is hitting at the point, but not at the same point all the time. Okay, but being right at all time. Okay, that's the accuracy of the test. The entire testing process from the receipt of sample and testing of sample to reporting of result, this is also called as a proficiency testing. However, there is a slight difference between EQA and proficiency testing though. But what does internal quality control say? Okay, it is designed to verify the test system continuously and concurrently by the lab personnel. So here it's a continuous process that you do, as an everyday process that you do before you do your sampling, so that you are sure that what you're doing is the right thing and you're releasing a right report for a patient. So that what you do by the lab personnel, and this is what you end up with, which is a precision that you require for. So that's what you look at. So precision is hitting at the same point every time. Okay, accuracy is being right all the time, but exactly the same point would be your precision. So this is what the internal quality control will aim at. Next slide, please. So what does this internal quality assurance procedure looks for? Okay, of course all others, but I'm just going to take you through an additional where a stable control material which will mimic a patient sample. If I use a patient sample, I get a report. So I want to see whether it is working. So I use a material, either another patient sample which was tested or standardized, or a material which mimics the result of a patient sample, which is used either every day or as defined for that particular test parameter. Okay, so that is something that you need to have. So you need to have a very stable control material, because if your controls are wrong, then your test is going to wrong, because you're going to say all time that it is doing well or it is doing bad. Okay, so individual measures are plotted on a control chart based on the control results. Okay, it's plotted on a chart, and this is called as an LJ chart or a Levy-Jennings chart. If wherever it is applicable, it's usually done for a semi-quantitative or a quantitative assay, not for a qualitative assay where it is detected and not detected or present and absent, etc. So you always use it for a semi-quantitative or a quantitative assay for analysis. Evaluation whether the measurement is in control, whether it is falling in line or not falling in line. Should you consider this or not consider this? That's what. So if you ask your biochemistry colleagues of yours, they would have more focus onto this, and they check their LJs more often than a microbiologist would do. Okay, so next slide, please. Right. So what are these controls? Controls are substances that contain an established amount of the substance being tested, are tested at the same time, the same way as a patient sample. The purpose of the control is to validate the reliability of the system, evaluate the performer, the operator's performance, either it's a machine or a person, and environmental conditions which can impact this. And the control materials may be purchased or obtained from a centralized or a reference laboratory, or like what we would have, a strain, some referral strains. And then what need to be done is you have to be very, very careful in handling, because most of the time these control also are infectious material. So you need to be very careful in handling them. And when preparing and storing these QC, always adhere to manufacturer's instructions, or whoever has given to you, they have an instruction to follow. Please follow them and reconstitute and store it as per their instruction and directives. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Next, next, next. Next, next, next. 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 Yeah. Yeah. The previous one. Yeah, okay. So you need to identify, and you have this graphical representation of your control ranges, and this is by these Levy-Jennings chart, which was identified by these two people in 1950, and they use this chart. It's called as Shewhart's individual control charts, which are used, which will put up in the x-axis, and you have a control happening here, and you would want to have with the mean and the standard deviation. And in general, if the value is within plus or minus 2 standard deviation from the mean, you consider it as in control. Sometimes you could have errors of not performance happening, and that time you would have to, it could be either a random error or very systematic error continuously happening at the same point. So you will be able to look at it as a single error because of a technique, or it could be a continuous error because of the material or reagent that is being used, or the environment also. So you look at all of these things as areas where you will have to pick up these errors. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is the best guard rules. I'm sure all of you are familiar with, but like I mentioned to you, you will have to have yours running between these two of these standard deviation, between the plus and the minus. So if it's going beyond that, then you would have to look at it and see what's wrong with the system here. So it could be a 2s rule where it has gone twice and then it's gone beyond the 2s one time, or it could be the 3s rule where it has gone beyond the 2s and gone to the 3s the second, so the next time. Then you have the 2s rule also moving, two times up and two times, one way up and one way down. Then you have four times that it has reject, where you have them happening on 4 different occasions. You would see them being failing. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. That's a 4s. Then you also have them in falling out with the continuously failing for a continuous 4 times or 10 times. So you could have these errors where you cannot accept the values from these tests at these points of time. So you have to redo or recheck and see what went wrong, do a proper root cause analysis, corrective, preventive, and see how you can rectify this. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to take you through this quickly. This is what the enable, the new standard would say. This is the ISO 15189-2022 standard, which is 7.3.7.2, speaks about the internal quality control. Okay, so you will have different of these standards from 1 to 8, and here the 7 speaks about these quality control aspects. Okay, so here is 7.3.7.2. It says the lab shall have an IQC, which is internal quality control procedure, for monitoring the ongoing validity of examination, which means your test reports that you are generating should be well validated. And then so it monitors that validation, and according to specified criteria which is predefined, that verifies the attainment of the intended quality and ensure the validity pertaining to clinical decision making. So ultimately it is falling on to that, the clinical decision making, which is the most important thing. So the intended clinical application of the examination should be considered while you're doing, and then detection of either the lot to lot verification or a reagent or calibration variations or both should be assessed. Then to use third party, wherever applicable, use a third party IQC material, then that would be or in-house developed one instead of an in-house developed one. Next one, please. So this is B. It says the laboratory shall select an IQC material that is fit for its intended purpose. When selecting the IQC material, factors to be considered shall include whether it is stable, how close it's or similar to that of a patient sample, okay, whether the IQC material reacts to the examination method very similar to that of the patient sample. Okay, so and also whether the concentration levels are very close to the clinical decision values, because if you are only assessing it at a higher levels and the low positives are being missed out, then that would be a problem. So you need to see whether it is identifying at every range of its clinical decision limits. Okay, and cover the entire measurement range of the examination method. So that's what the standard, the current new 2022 standard speaks about. Next slide, please. So let's look at what all are the quality, internal quality assurance that we need to do in various phases of the testing. Earlier, it used to be called as analytical, pre-analytical, post-analytical. Okay, now it's called as pre-examination, examination, and post-examination. I think we've seen the cycle earlier, so we skip this. Move on to the next slide, please. Okay, this is one slide. Of course, it mentions analytical, pre-analytical, and post-analytical. Please read it as examination, pre-examination, and post-examination only. It kind of looks at what all can influence quality of a test. Okay, so these may be considered as our risk identified points as well. For example, for an analytical, that means the examination part of it, it could be the equipment reliability, reagent stability, adequate calibration of the equipment, correct interpretation by the person who's looking at and evaluating and doing the report, proficiency of the person, whether the person is competent, whether the qualified competent person is doing or not, right technique for the available reagents, whether the internal quality control is being done before they start performing a test and releasing, whether they are passing on their external quality assurance, which kind of gives a complete range of its entire activity through the period. In the pre-examination part, it looks at whether the right investigation was chosen, whether it was the right sample, whether it was corrected, whether the sample was collected properly, whether the technique of sample collection was right, whether it was the right laboratory that they sent the sample to, right background details of this patient or that may be there, right transportation method in the temperatures required, right quantity, right labeling, etc. So these are the critical points that you would have that may be an issue. In the post examination, it could be the accurate recording, how well you record your results. The biological reference interval may not be very strongly applicable to microbiology. Age and sex related variations in reporting that you need to give up, and in certain of the conditions, turnaround time, availability of the guidance, or as an expert opinion that you give on to the reports, authorized release of report by persons who are competent to do so, archiving the specimens for future testings if there would be a need, and transcribing result from the worksheet to the report forms. So these are the points where you could have areas which would affect the quality. So quickly we will run through. I think it would be very difficult for all of us to sit through also and to take up so much, since you all are postgraduates who are already doing some bit. This would not be very much, but you can. So I will just quickly run through it. Next slide, please. So we look at the pre-examination phase of it. The pre-examination phase, you will see that there is sample collection or a test requested done, patient evaluation. We'll look at the patient evaluation, which is the bottom green, and starts to go to the appropriate investigation, test request form done, and then specimen collection, transportation, specimen storage, checking and rejection, or sample acceptance and rejection, and then sample processing. But remember, for all of these processes, you need to have a very well defined and written down standard operating procedures, or a manual or a document to say how each of these would be done. Okay, and what are the critical points, how these would be measured also should be included in the way that it is done. Next slide, please. So the standard operating manual, if you look at, each section of the laboratory should have a copy of the manual with description of the test procedure, should be user friendly in a simple language. It should not have jargons for people, and then it should not be a cut paste from elsewhere. SOP should be available on the workbench. You could also have a simplified work desk instruction available, and very important, it has to be reviewed periodically. At least once a year is a good thing, but sometimes there may not be much changes, but you could define on how often you would want to do so. SOP should contain only those procedures which are currently in use. You could have additional procedures, but if you're not having the procedures which you're doing as of now, then it makes no sense. So you need to have those procedures which you're currently performing. Any change and amendments in the SOP must be documented by recording it and having it, approved by the lab head. Next slide, please. So once your manual is ready, what's the next thing that you look at? The infrastructure of the place. The microbiology lab again is unique. You cannot put all of the activities together in one lab. It's not possible. It should have at least a biosafety level of 2 in its protective levels across. And there should be some areas where you have a specified direction of workflow, like you would see in a molecular lab, a unidirectional workflow is indicated. And physically, it should be well separated from the other testing areas where there is, because there is a higher chance of cross-contamination. If you're performing fungal cultures also, it's good to have, or it's a must to have, BOD incubators, and you can put them at different temperatures. The area for media preparation should be different from where you're sampling, because your media is going to contaminate. For microbiologists who are seeing it, it will look very funny to see all of these in a slide, but definitely for others, please note, you cannot have them mixed up here. A lot time in smaller laboratories, or in space restricted settings, they kind of do the both. One area they're pouring, the other end they're streaking the plates. Definitely a risk of contamination. Dedicated equipment should be available in critical areas, particularly having a dedicated space with its own air handling systems if you need to have in a molecular lab, etc. Autoclave, when you're doing a sterilization and decontamination, should not be there in the same area. I think all those who are accredited and in the process of getting accredited will know this very well. But you have to have them physically separated from each other. Well lit and dust free environment is required. Temperature and pressure gradient appropriately maintained. For example, you need to have a negative pressure area for a TB lab. You need to have a negative pressure area for your extraction room in the molecular lab. You need to have a positive pressure area wherever you're processing your master mix preparation area, which need to be very sterile. So you need to have placement of laminar airflows and biosafety cabinet. Depending on the work that is required, the level and safety also would be altered. So if you're just doing just mere examination and gene expert, it's okay to have a level 2 biosafety cabinet, but you're going to do drug resistant tuberculosis and higher, so you need to have a level 3. So these are concerns. You need to worry, because you want yourself to be very safe in the environment, because there will be a huge risk of infection in these areas. Remember, there are two things that can be at risk. One is the person who's working, the other is the specimen or the material. So some areas you need to look at this material safety, and most areas you need to look at the personal safety as well, right? So next slide, please. Lab personnel. When you choose a lab personnel, it should be adequately staffed, qualified appropriately, okay? And you need to have both these requirement also for both the supervisory or a consultant staff as well as the technical staff, depending on the proportion of volume and complexity of work. There are guidelines that would say that, okay, if you have 500 samples that you receive or 500 tests, you need to have, but it doesn't work that way, because in microbiology, even if you have 10 samples and you will have to prepare your own media, which is different. You put a QC, then you work on, then you streak, then you do, if you're doing manually, these, even if it's 10 and 20 samples, you need people to do, because final decontamination discards the entire process. So it has to, you have to look at the type of work that you do to have the number of people working in the lab. Documentation of technicians who are joining should be on training of these technicians when they join, induction training, as well as periodic training, like a continuous education program, where you have a plan of what need to be trained, what you should train them with should be predefined, and then change adequately if you need to, whenever you find some areas you need to work as a root cause analysis, etc. Then competency assessment should be done. I think my video is not working. Okay, competency assessment should be done when the person joins the place, and once in every 6 months, and periodic intervals you need to do. There are various methods to do that, so you have to choose any of these methods. Either it could be direct examination, direct observation, or you could have a split sampling given, unknown sample given, and in problem solving skills, the way they work in the lab, the way they handle equipment in the lab. So various things can be assessed, and you should assess by a standardized format so that you don't have a different way of capturing A and B, a technical staff or a consultant. So you have to have some standardized methodology of doing it so that everybody is being trained well. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is again a lengthy slide. There may be too many listings that will be there. So please don't worry about that. It's just that what all instruments, it just because it's a laminar airflow or biosafety cabinet doesn't mean that once it comes into the lab, it stays there. It has to be periodically calibrated. Now, what do you mean by calibration? It's a process of applying to quantitatively measuring or metering of equipment to assure the accurate operations throughout its measuring limits, whatever. Sometimes you will find that the pipettes are 2 to 20 range, but the lab would have done a calibration only for 10 and 20, and they would be using it for picking up of 5 microliters or 8 microliters, etc. So remember to calibrate always through its entire range. Validation steps should be taken to confirm and record the proper operations of equipment at the given point of time, the range in which the tests are performed. So that would be a validation. Even before you start doing, you should always validate your equipment, your test process, your kits and reagents before you start. Okay, and whatever you do, please document. That's very, very important. There should be also traceability to quality processes. So your calibration should always be traceable to a enable accredited testing facility. Next one, please. So this is just to show you what all is captured, how all it's captured. I'm sure you all know this. Okay, I'm just running through refrigerator, freezers, incubators, water bath, anaerobic jars, serology, rotators, autoclaves, etc. Remember, biological indicator is once a week, and it is Geobacillus stereothermophilus. And when you put that, it has to be in the incubator at 56 degrees centigrade and not 37. Next slide, please. So these are other, some more of the equipment: hot air oven, centrifuge, microscopes. So microscopes actually don't require a calibration. You need to just maintain it. So you have to just clean and maintain. Okay, pipettes, balances, biosafety hoods, etc. Next slide, please. So for the pre-examination, always look at the test request form, whether it's filled with the relevant details, verify the samples that's received. You need to have a very, very good sample acceptance rejection criteria defined, and people who are at the point should be trained adequately to verify it so that they pick the right sample and reject the right sample also, meaning right sample meaning when it is wrong. So, and accepting test only when an informed consent is being obtained for a HIV testing. Because it's a mandatory requirement to have a consent taken. So you cannot perform a test of HIV without a consent. So you should have a stringent methodology of screening that out. Site preparation. If they've not cleaned the site well, and your blood samples would have skin contaminants growing, you should always validate it so that your skin contaminants rates are less than 3%, and for all the blood cultures that you receive. Adequate volume of sample is important. Collecting in a sterile container is important. Transportation in appropriate temperature. For some samples, you need to you need to refrigerate and take it between 2 to 8 only. But for some, you should never refrigerate. So you should know which sample need to be refrigerated, which sample need to be taken as such and quickly sent to the laboratory, and which of the samples that have a transport media or chemicals like boric acid added to urine samples, to maintain the integrity of the sample. Some of the samples might have inhibitors or some of the chemicals added. For example, for molecular test, a heparinized blood, okay, is an inhibitor for PCR reactions, unlike the EDTA blood. So you always choose an EDTA blood over an heparinized blood unless there are some real renal conditions in the patients. There is no other way that you have, only then you would choose these blood. So that's another area of concern that you would have. Specimen should be processed immediately or as early as possible. In case there is a delay, it has to be stored appropriately, considering whether it has to be in the incubator, whether it has to be in the refrigerator, or would it be in the deep freezer. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the examination phase. In the examination phase, you could have multiple activities happening: staining, culture media, inoculation, interpretation of the test, following isolation and identification, then sensitivity that you do, equipment that you use during the testing process, the lab safety measures that you do. Post-testing, you have the decontamination and disposal. Of course, the decontamination and disposal will definitely come in the post-examination phase. Let's quickly look only on culture media, and then we will see how you will do the quality control, because it is very, very vast. This whole session is very vast. So let's not go into everything and learn nothing. Let's focus and see how we can apply the same principle everywhere else. So let's look at only the culture media and see what all we need to look at in the culture media in an internal quality assurance aspect of it. Next slide, please. So error in culture media preparation. What can go wrong? You can prepare the wrong media. The water used is not right. Okay, the glassware, okay, has inhibitors, the type of glassware. The washing that's not been done. Whether you've not weighed the media adequately, so you have a soft media now. It's not been sterilized well, overheated. So therefore, they have, they lose their the ability to grow and cultivate organism. They're not been equally dispensed into the meat into the country. So there could be lots and lots of reasons that you can go wrong with your culture media preparation. So let's quickly look at where all can you place your internal quality checks and what are the things that you should worry about just for your culture media. Next slide, please. First of all, autoclaving, of course, we've already looked at sterilization. Sterilization, decontamination, the only difference is the temperature, the timing. The temperature would be the same, but for decontamination, it's about 1 hour. Okay, this holding time would be varied, but how much of that do you load in here and how do you want to sterilize is important. Optimizing of heating process, because the nutrients gets destructed with the heat and they don't allow microorganism to grow well. So over sterilization, not good at all. So that may be the reason sometimes your media you're not isolating well. So using appropriate indicators like bovidictate before you start, chemical indicator just to stick on the external of your containers, and biological indicator at least once a week. Next slide, please. Okay, so there may be excessive bubbles or pits sometimes. Okay, there may be unequal filling of the plates because they've not been placed properly. Okay, thickness is measured at 4 different points. Mean thickness must be 4 plus or minus 0.2. So when you are using a culture plate, don't measure your thickness on one side of the plate alone. 4 different sides you have to measure, and all of that should be added, and you see the mean should be 4 plus minus 0.2 millimeters. The optimum amount that you will pour into a small plate of 90 is 15 to 20 ml, 25 to 30 is 100 ml, 100 mm plate, and 60 to 70 ml is into 150 ml plate. Sometimes you have a cracked medium because you heated it hard or you let it dry for longer. Sometimes there may be freezing or crystallization of the media. pH has not been checked before and after autoclaving, so that may be a concern. Next slide, please. So the microbiological parameters of the culture media is whether you have the ability to support the growth, whether they yield the appropriate biochemical results, whether the selective media where you use a control organism for growth, as well as whether they are inhibiting or not. For example, a selective media should inhibit the normal flora and allows the growth of the organism of interest. The differential media also shows its differentiation between 2 different organisms on the same plate. Next slide, please. Packaging minimizes the moisture loss. So early packaging and placing them appropriately keeps it protective against physical thermal light induced damage. Please remember, leaving the plate open or allowed out again for a long time also have been detrimental. So you have to see that it does not damage because of the light as well and microbial contamination from the lab environments. Storage, you have to store between 2 to 8. Maximum period would be 7 to 10. So you have to fix your expiry date and put your expiry on the outside or the cover on the plate. Okay, transport, ensure against exposure to potentially detrimental conditions and transport them safe and store them appropriately. Next one, please. Next one, please. Kartika? Hello? Can you move the slides further, please? Next slide, please. Next. Okay. So, so this is about the shelf life of a prepared media. I think we already said that 7 to 10 days, but always you need to validate at your own facility. You should see how long does it stay, and then you finalize your expiry date. So you can validate, you can simulate your transportation condition, you can simulate your least favorable condition and see how long can you place as the highest time, and then you can define your own expiry date. So this is something that you can do. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are examples I think you all are very familiar with. So this is the incubation, this is the control, and what do you look for? This is the QC for the culture media. Next. So this is again some more examples of QC for the culture media that you have to follow and you have to do. Next slide, please. So there could be a lot of troubleshootings that you would see. You know, sometimes you would see that the gel becoming, you know, very soft because it's the agar that's been used is not mixed very well, or you know, it's not been weighed right, and sometimes the pH is incorrect and therefore it doesn't grow. So this could be because of the contaminated glassware, the water is not good, overheating, chemical contamination, you know, poorly standardized, deterioration of the dehydrated medium. All of these can lead to an increase or decrease pH. So, and important is these pHs would definitely influence the growth of these organisms, and that's a concern. Sometimes you can have abnormal colors because of these dehydrated, you know, dirty glassware, everything. Darkening could be there because of the media becoming old, or heat. So most of the times, excessive heat, you know, exposing to excessive heat or exposing to longer time of autoclaving, all of these are not good for the media, and sometimes they don't grow very well. Growth is not good, toxicity is there, you know, because of the dehydrated media again. Then sometimes they don't select well. So all of these are the reason why you should you know, be very careful in just this culture media. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Hello, Kartika, next slide, please. Yeah. So I think this also everybody knows how to prepare or how to subculture how to perform a QC from these on your plates. You could prepare either a saline preparation or a soya casein dextrose broth you could have, and then you know, inoculate 4 hours later, match with macfarlanes. Either you take a 1 microliter loop and then you place it, or you make a 1 in 10 dilution. And in a selective media, you know, you can put 1 in 10. When a non-selective media, you can put 1 in 100, and then you incubate it for 24 to 48 hours, and you see there are different methods of seeing whether your plate is good or not. There is something called as ecometric method. There is another something called as productive ratio method, and there is a contamination parameter that you look for. See, out of the entire batch that you prepare, at least 2 plates you should allow it to be incubated, and then see if there are any contamination. If you see them contaminated, keep another 2 plates, and they also get contaminated, then you discard it. So this is something that you should see. Suppose you have some non-sterilized material, like for example, blood serum added the media, and then you're preparing this media, then you will see if they are contaminated more than 10%, you just discard or redo the entire thing, because acceptable is only 3 to 5% of these plates to be contaminated. So these are few things that you should keep in mind when you are preparing. Next slide, please. Okay, these are the QC for the stains. Next slide. Different stains, ZN, acridine orange, gram stain, etc. These are QCs for the reagents. Next slide. So you do a lot-to-lot verification. This is when you get a new lot, because this is not just to see your performance with that, but also see whether it is functional. First of all, whether it is working, and then so you compare your previous batch of positive and negative, and you pick up and put up with this one. So you have to always record your comparative data, and remember, qualitative ones will have to just say whether it is positive or negative, but a quantitative should come into, you know, variations of less than 10%. So you need to see that it is well within that acceptability before, you know, you release out for using it. So I'm sure all those who've gone for molecular testing would have now known that the qualitative assay also, sometimes if your CTs are, ranges very far apart, 13 CT and 30 CT, definitely would not be acceptable. So only a 3 CT difference between two runs of the previous to this one with the new kit to the old kit would be acceptable. So you should remember all of these things when you are processing and allowing it, because these are the ones that are going to influence your quality of your lab. Next slide, please. So this is about the QC for antibiotic susceptibility testing. You could follow the CLSI, UCAS, BSAC, anything. Each lot of antimicrobial discs should be checked for activity and potency. You could do a disc diffusion method or MIC testing. Also remember, you could also do for your tubercle bacilli as well for resistant testing. You could have to use your standard strain as a comparison to see whether it is working or not. Okay, so I'm just rushing through. So if there are any questions, we could take up in the end. Next slide, please. So these are the antimicrobial susceptibility test where you would do, and you frequently, at least once a week is what is indicated for us to do, so that you test and, for all those discs which are routinely used in the laboratory, they have to be tested. So you could have those QC strain and those which are the supplemental strains. Supplemental strains are those which are used only when you want to see a specific characteristic, for example, a resistant characteristic or an identification characteristic that you would want to see. For example, whether it is a carbapenem resistant one or a colistin resistant one, you're using a strain which is different from the routinely used strain of E. coli, Staph aureus, Enterococci, and Pseudomonas. So that is when you would use these supplemental QC strains. Okay, so next slide, please. You will have to check the QC of your Mueller-Hinton agar itself. So you check whether your Mueller-Hinton agar is doing well by putting up an Enterococcus faecalis with the cotrimoxazole 30 micrograms, and then overnight incubation, and you would see that if a zone size of greater than 20, then you say it is acceptable. So this antibiotic disc, remember, should be stored well. It has to be in -20 and it cannot be kept outside. Next slide, please. Strain maintenance, I think this is some of our last few slides, please. How you store your strain, because your QC strain are the ones you're using for comparison, so they have to be well preserved. So if you have a -80, it's good to have them placed there. Or if you have a lyophilizer, good to lyophilize. Rarely a liquid nitrogen can be used. It's good to put stabilizers so they are stable through this condition, and then when they are revived, they gain back their potency. Subculture and store at 2 to 8. Okay, when you rehydrate the new stock or obtained from the fresh stock, this is the frozen stock. This is the subculture that is required for your strains, particularly when you're using for 80cc strains when you want to use as a routine for testing. So this will be the flow. I'm sure most of you would have it as a flow chart. I just typed them out. So you just subculture them and then use the isolated colonies from days 1 to 7 as working cultures for the testing. For 7 days you will do, and then you take fresh ones one after the other. So this is how you will maintain your QC strains, and you will do. Next slide, please. Okay, but you should know that a lot of things can influence your antibiotic susceptibility testing, because the most important in the laboratory would be testing of your antibiotics, because patient's treatment is based on this. And so when the pH is acidic, it changes, or some of the antibiotics zones would change. If the alkaline, it would change. The depth of the agar, the inoculum density, timing of the disc application, the incubation time that you have, the longer, the shorter, all of these can influence the antibiotic susceptibility testing. So we have to be very careful about that. Next one, please. Additionally, also the incubation in the presence of carbon dioxide, addition of thymine in the medium, agents like calcium and magnesium and iron, if they're not properly spaced out, potency of the antibiotic disc when they're made in bulks, and when they're prepared sometimes in-house and not spaced out when pouring the antibiotic, temperature of incubation, all of these, and some of the antibiotics perform better only at certain temperatures. So all of these need to be known for us before we do, and this would again influence quality. Next slide, please. This is just to run through your testing for 30 consecutive days for your antibiotic when you're looking for your discs, whether their potency is okay or not. So you do for a 30 days period and see if you have more than 3 times failed, that means you cannot accept it. So you otherwise you will have to do it almost every day. Suppose if you have more than 30 out of 30 results outside the accuracy limit, then you have to do a everyday testing with a disc, whenever you're doing. Otherwise, it's once a week only. Then once it is all well and done, then you do a daily testing for 5 consecutive days, and then again you check. And if it doesn't work, then you start, everyday testing. Otherwise, it is once a week only. So you look at its performance before you see whether you want to do everyday screening of this test or once a week, which is acceptable. Next slide, please. This is the preservation of your stock cultures, which is very, very critical, because that's how your stocks have to be well maintained for you to work on, and that is what you're going to use to compare also. Next slide, please. QC in serology, most appropriate test should always be chosen for making it available in the laboratory and also listing in the test request form for a clinician to request for it. SOP should be available for all of these test performances at all areas wherever they're performing, whether it's a bilirubic sample or whether it's a hemolyzed sample. You have to take and you just check very clearly for with the stringent acceptance rejection criteria, etc. Sera with the control, when you have sera is used as a control, you should maintain that it's absolutely sterile and avoid any deterioration, and frequent freezing and thawing is not really advised for control materials. And whenever you have control materials, always have positive, negative, as well as those borderline positives, because or the low positives. Next slide, please. These are a few examples of QC for your antibody testing. ELISA, you could do RPR, ASO, Vidal, all of that, hemagglutination test, etc. Next slide, please. Few antigen assays. Okay. I think we've come to the last bit of it with the molecular test. Next slide, please. So here, for molecular test, always include the positive, negative, and no template control or NTC, because it's important to see whether there is no carryover contamination. Your positive to positive indicates that it is working, and negative indicates that there is no contamination. So it has to be there, and whenever you're using a quantitative, it's good to use both high and low low levels, and CV percentages should be captured for those molecular testing. Next. Post-examination, the test is valid or not as per manufacturer's criteria, whether there is any transcriptional error, whether the test report has been given to the right patient, report form is given to the right patient, whether there is a correlation with the clinical findings that you have, whether the critical values have been updated to the clinicians, whether the post-test retention of samples are adequately done in the temperatures indicated. For example, if it's a HIV sample for serology, you keep for 7 days, all of the samples for serological tests for 3 days. And if an extracted RNA, you keep it for two years at -20, -70. But if it's a DNA, it's at -20. So you need to know the temperature or also the duration of its retention. Okay. Decontamination and disposal as per the biomedical waste rule, which is the most updated. Next slide. So you also need to have, this is last bit of it, just to say, after doing everything, you need to document it. And whatever you've documented, remember, you have to keep it at least for a minimum retention period. Microbiology and infectious disease serology, the retention period is 1 year. And for molecular, it would be at least 2 years. It's okay to have physical or electronic copy. Whatever you would have, it's good to have. Next slide. So there are, this is yet another one for, as a requirement for NABL. It is important to have quality indicators, because you need to have the quality indicators defined within, which includes, this is just a listing that is given in NABL 112, but you could add any more to this, redo, retesting, all of that could be reported, or error reporting. Any of your quality indicators can be added apart from sampling process, transportation process, analysis process, TAT, complaints or feedbacks, equipment downs. Uncertain measurements may not be much applicable to us. Performance of our EQAs or ILCs can also be the quality indicator. Next slide, please. So this is our critical callouts in microbiology. Whenever we have, these are our, whenever we get these reports in the laboratory, it's important that we call the clinician or the treating team immediately so that there is an action taken. So any report that requires an immediate action, because it is it would make good to the patient, so that those are predefined and communicated within a 1 hour period, and there should be a callback process and documentation at either end, both at the end of the laboratory as well as at the ward or the clinical part of the team. So that has to be documented. So next slide, please. So the final take home, of course, I kept telling examination, but my last slide would say analysis, pre-analytical, post-analytical, and analytical, but I would say pre-examination, examination, post-examination. Remember, internal quality assurance is something that's captured continuously and very concurrently through the process by the lab personnel as an everyday process or whenever it is defined in the laboratory. So this has to be done for all aspects of testing. I showed you one example only of culture media, and you would see the amount of requirement that we need to fulfill just to get our culture, standardized in our system. Okay, so it's a lot of hard work. It's pretty complex. Microbiology diagnostic work itself is pretty complex, but very, very critical. Each one of them is critical. You will never realize why something is not growing unless we go back to check their pH, the temperature of exposure, the containers in which they are placed, etc. And remember, your all of these would definitely reduce it controls all kind of errors if you have your internal quality assurance is in place. Okay, so thank you very much, and sorry for the two times that we had these some connectivity issues. Right. So thank you very much. Thank you. If there are any queries
Yes,
or
ma'am.
questions,
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, I can. I
Yes.
can.
1 minute, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a very,
Sure,
very informative lecture, an in-depth lecture as usual. I'm sure all the postgraduates, I think you can review back, go back and use and see the information whenever appropriate. You can use it, especially all those informations on Mulla Hintanagar, QC and all that. You should definitely know. And I don't think such information is available in the ordinary books which we use for postgraduate learning. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was very informative. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, thank you, ma'am, for your detailed explanation on quality assurance and quality control. Now, may I request our next speaker, Dr. Shalini, consultant microbiologist and hospital-acquired infection control committee officer, Meenakshi Hospitals, Tanjavur. She completed her MBBS in PSD Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Coimbatore, and MD Microbiology in Chennai Medical College, Hospital and Research Center, which is now being called by the name of TSRM Medical College and Hospital. We are very proud to say that Dr. Shalini ma'am is our SRM PG alumnus. May I welcome Dr. Shalini ma'am to talk about the challenges in documentation for quality in clinical laboratory. Please, ma'am.
Slide
I'm proud to introduce Dr. Shalini once more because she's our PG student, alumni PG student, second batch of PG from SRM Medical College. And now she's working in Meenakshi, and I think she's experienced very well in getting NABL for the whole lab recently. How long is this? 6 months?
2 years.
2 years. 2 years she's been working.
So before Dr. Shalini's session, ரெண்டு கொஸ்டின் கேட்டிருக்காங்க. ஜெயலட்சுமி மேம் ஷுட் ஆன்சர். அவங்க திருப்பி கனெக்ட் பண்ண சொல்லட்டுமா மேம்? கொஞ்சம்
Slide changes.
Challenges in documentation.
Yes, 62 slides.
Good afternoon. I thank Dr. Chitra ma'am and the entire microbiology team for giving me this opportunity. So, moving on to our topic, challenges in documentation for quality in clinical laboratory. So, what is quality? From the morning, we are hearing this word quality. What is quality? How you say your writing pen is of good quality? How you say your pen is of good quality? Sir? It should write fluently then? It should be easy to handle. Then any else? Price, reasonable price. Then for so as users we have certain characteristics. So as users, this pen, simple object pen, should satisfy our requirements. Then only we can say that that the given pen is of good quality. So as a microbiologist, we should give a report which should satisfy our users. Who are our users? Clinicians as well as patients. So patients and clinicians will have certain requirements. So that should be satisfied by a report. So NABL ISO gives certain requirements. So our reporting system, either pre-analytical, analytical, and post-analytical, should satisfy those criteria. Then only we can say that our reporting is of good quality. So quality assurance, you should assure your users whether your report is of good quality or not. So for this quality and quality assurance, you need documentation. So your documentations act as an evidence. So what is quality? It is something good. So quality is doing the right thing right the first time, and not only at the time of NABL, every time we have to do it is of good quality. So what is quality assurance? It is the overall activity which you are going to assure your clinicians or the patients whether your reporting is of good quality or not. So good documentation constitutes an essential part of the quality assurance system. So that's a general philosophy of any quality system is say what you do what you say, and prove what you say and do. So coming to documentation, whatever you do should be documented, or else no one will rely on your process. So it should be written and approved information or instruction procedures. So there are certain documents which NABL requires. They are laboratory quality manual. First, you should have the quality manual. It should be like a Bible or Bhagavad Gita or Quran to the lab. It should hold everything. Then standard operating procedures. So what is the test you are going to do? It should be how you are going to do. It should be documented. That is the SOP. And this SOP should be always updated, reviewed, and it should be available in your bench. Then test methods. Then product specifications, your kit insert. Method validation protocol, that is your precision, accuracy. Then analyze notebook, your ELISA worksheets. Training records, your competence, and your regular training given to your technicians. Then calibration records. As ma'am mentioned, all the equipments in the laboratory, starting from the centrifuge to weighing balance, thermometer, it should be calibrated at regular intervals. Then maintenance records, then sample reagent and registers. So you document because the palest ink is very clearer than the best memory. If it is not documented, then the work is not done. So, the information is a major product of the laboratory and it should be available whenever it is needed. So what is document? What is record? So records are always your evidence of the documents. Your documents it's an information via policies, processes, and procedures. It should be updated, and documents can be revised and edited, but records should not be edited nor revised. So these records are always evidence for the documents. So records includes a quality assurance records, a daily IQCs. IQCs are performed in serology as well as media, autoclave, everything should be recorded. Then improvement project, continuous improvement projects. Any adverse reaction, any error or incident report, it should also be documented. Patient feedback, internal audits, and personal records consisting of induction, competence assessment, and re-evaluation and training of your staffs. So what are the expectation of your document? It should be concise, it should be legible, accurate, and it should be traceable. Thanks. Okay. So the characteristics of good records includes it should be accurate. It should not be cooked up at any point of time. It should be concise. It should include whatever happened in that period of time. It should be thoroughness and it should be updated. You would have updated your methodology, but if it's not documented, then it is of no use. Then organization, confidentiality. All the patient reports should be treated as confidential report. Not only HIV report, all the reports of the patient should be treated as confidential report. So next slide. So documentation life cycle includes document preparation. It should be reviewed and approved by the microbiologist. Then it should have an effective data. All the employees working under you should be trained, and it should have a version control, and it should be regularly revised, and the old data should be always traceable to the current one, and it should be distributed, and the document should be you should be having the document only for a certain period, which is called as the retention period. Either you can frame it or Enable gives the retention period. So document creation and approval, it should be only the authorized person should create it, and authorized person should sign it. Then document use and data collection, it is a responsibility of all these technicians as well as the authorized person to check whether the data collected is correct or not. Then data verification, it is the responsibility of the technician as well as the quality manager as well as the microbiologist to check whether the collected data is correct, and it should be reviewed appropriately. So record archiving and record distribution, it should be distributed, and the distribution number as well as the version should be noted in each record. So next slide, sir. So who participate in document preparation? The entire team should participate in document preparation. Your quality manager, your technician in charge, microbiologists, all should get involved in document preparation. So what are the hierarchies of documentation? It is first, it includes policies, what we are going to do. That quality manual comes under policies. Then process, how it's going to happen. Your QSP, quality system procedures, comes under processes, and procedures, how we are going to do it. Mainly SOPs comes under procedures. So next slide. Policies. Policies is that what you are going to do. It mainly consists of the quality manual. So it is a written statement of overall intentions and direction defined by the organization as well as the accreditation bodies like NABL. So it tells us what to do, and you also have your vision and policy included in the quality manual. So next slide. So it is a framework or roadmap for meeting your quality management system requirements. So style and structure should be flexible, and it should be made to best meet the needs of the laboratory customers, especially the clinicians and the patients. Next will be the process. So how it happens. So it is mainly the quality system procedure. If, for example, if personnel in any enable clause 5 is the personnel, it has some certain requirements. It should be shown in the quality manual. And the system procedure, it should contain how it should define how a senior technician should be. What is the criteria for being a senior technician? Then what is the criteria for the junior technician? So it should be defined well in your quality system procedure. So, next slide. Then comes your standard operating procedures. So it is a step-by-step instruction for performing a single activity. It can also be a shortened version of the SOP, but it should be available in your bench place. So a good SOP should be detailed, clear, and concise. It should be easily understood by the new personnel who is coming. It should be updated on regular basis. It should always contain a header and footer, which includes version, issue number, and amendment number. It should also should have the references and the page number. So why records and documents are essential? It is mainly for the continuous monitoring of the quality system. It is mainly for sample tracking throughout the process. It acts as a management tool and it helps to identify whenever there is error. So root cause analysis can be done and corrective action can be taken. So next slide. So documents are communicators of quality management system. So the verbal instructions are not often heard. Either it is misunderstood or easily forgotten. So it is essential for documentation. A good record or a good documentation should be consistent with the requirements. It should be easily available. It should be economical and safe, easily accessible. It should have quick reference and it should avoid duplication. More than if many versions are you're making, not all should be stored in that same place. So a documentation should follow ALCO. It should be attributable, legible, contemporaneous, and original. So practices for good documentation. What are the do's and don'ts? While record writing or data entry, always use a non-water soluble pen for writing. Always use ballpoint pen. It should be either black or blue. Gel pens or ink pens. You should avoid gel pens and ink pens. Red and green color should be avoided. Pencil, ink that can be easily erasable should be avoided. Never use ditto marks. For empty spaces, always write NA or strike out the empty place. There should be no empty places in the documents. Entry correction, whenever you correct and raw data, always put your initial as well as the date of correction and also write the justification for your correction. Never use correction pens or tapes or other materials. Never mask the original data. So what are the challenges encountered? Many of the data will be missing. For this date, the data will be missing. And the signatures and date will be missing. Activity performed on one day, it will be documented on another day. So blank spaces will be present for the non-documented dates. Illegible writing, the writing could not be understood. There will be too many corrections, overwriting, using whiteness. Error corrections will not be signed or reason for correction will not be mentioned. The original data will be non-traceable. So these are the common challenges encountered while documentation. So procedures, if not completely understood or followed, should not be documented. So mistakes are unavoidable. But if there is a mistake, you should correct it as well as you should sign and put the date. And also the reason for correction should also be mentioned. So it is normally the nature of the people to do mistakes. So next slide. So what is this? It is either 29, 27 or 24. So it is not legible. So date is, you will miss the data for either 24 date or 27 date. So what are the types of records? First, your sample entry note. Whenever sample comes, it should be mentioned in the sample register. Patient name, age, registration number, and the date. So then you have workbooks or worksheets, your ELISA worksheets. Then instrument printouts. Whenever IQC is run in semi-quantitative machines, the instrument printout should be always available. Then maintenance record, your equipment maintenance record. It includes your calibration reports, maintenance reports, equipment breakdown reports. Then quality control data, either IQC data or EQUAS data. Then patient test reports. So, next slide. So other records includes personal records. It includes all the technicians working under you, the induction forms, the induction assessment. Whenever the person come as a new technician, you should give them induction assessment, induction forms. What you are going to teach the new technician, and after 6 months you should assess them. That will be your induction assessment. And every year competency for the staff should be taken, and also retraining and training whenever it is necessary. So what are the challenges in maintaining so many documents? Because of the complexity, there will be no storage place for the documents to be stored, and retention period may be variable. For example, for HIV registers, it should be at least for 5 years, according to the NACO guidelines. And privacy and security, manpower shortage plays a major role in challenges as documentation, technical fault, and also the financial support. Next. So why do laboratories need to manage documents and records? Information is a major product of the laboratory, and it should be available whenever it is needed. So the most important will be the document control number. Whenever you update your document, the version number or the document control number should be changed. And it should be always approved, and the distribution and the revision process should be done. Next slide. So it should be prepared and it should be reviewed annually. Then revision number or the amendment number should be mentioned, and it should be approved by the chief of the laboratory, and it should be issued by the quality manager. So what are the challenges encountered in document control? There will be no uniformity in numbering. Version 1 will be present, version 2 will be missing, and version 3 will be present. So there will be no uniformity. And absolute copy. Whenever there is a new change, that will be your new one, and the previous one will be your obsolete copy. Absolute copy will be in use. So version not mentioned properly, there will be too many soft copies. So you will be confused which one is the updated one and which one will be the old one. Numbering of pages. If suppose there are total number of pages is 45, you should number it as 1/45. Page number 1 of 45. Review should be done periodically. It should be done annually. So missing forms, worksheets, and reports. So what are the common challenges encountered? Entering data results when testing has not been performed. So QC will be performed every day, but it will not be documented. Last day when NABL comes, then only documentation appears. So that is the common challenge. Then entering the data results which are not reflective of actual observation. While performing the QCs, daily QCs should be done, and for daily IQCs, as ma'am mentioned, LJ chart should be plotted. If there is any, if according to LJ, after plotting the LJ, if there is any deviation in Westgard rules, if it is more than 2 SD, then most lab tend to alter the QC values. So signing the work prior the work is being done, or signing after the work is being done. So next slide. So verifying a step, task, calculation, or other entry without individual observation. So authorization person will not be there. Technician performs the test, and authorized person will be signing without validation or verifying the tests. So destroying the original data. The lab, for example, the lab report looks funky. They can't be right. So you yourself will cook up the data. So other challenges. So there may be many outdated documents, too many documents distributed, and lack of document control. So things we tend to forget is disposition of the rejected sample. Whenever sample is rejected, there will be no follow-up of the rejected sample, whether repeat sample is received or not. So log or referral samples, record of adverse or incidents, inventory or storage records, equipment history details, preventive maintenance, cal details, and the any problem troubleshooting of the equipment. So challenges for non-documentation is time pressure. Work hours will get over. So after, if you need to document, technicians will not be available. Whenever there is high patient flow or the high sample inflow, lack of interest, the technician may not know the importance of documentation. So they say, we are already performing the test, then why should document? The ignorance and resistance to change. So gaps encountered will be handwriting issues, non-reproducibility, signatures, not tamper-proof, and storage issues. So tips for overcoming resistance will be communication. You should communicate with your technicians about the importance of documentation, and education, regular training should be given to them. They should accept the mistakes. Regular audits should be conducted by the authorized person or the chief of laboratory services. And regular training, facilitation and support and reward. So next slide. So if a number is like this, you should call the technician and talk with the technician not to write like this. You should not think of making corrections, either using whiteness or tapes. So tips to overcome these challenges: standardize the document practices. So you should establish a standardized protocol with clear guidelines for documentation, formats, and terminologies. This should be consistency and reduces the risk of errors. CAP has given the guidelines for documentation standards for laboratory testing. So next slide. So utilizing the electronic documentation system. So implementing electronic documentation system, so it streamlines the process. It improves the efficacy and enhances the accuracy. The electronic documentation itself, it provides templates. So integrated validation checks will be available in the electronic documentation system. So thereby it reduces the manual errors. So next slide. So regular training session and educational programs should be given to the staffs regarding proper documentation practices and importance of accuracy, completeness, and timeliness in documentation. So regular audits and reviews should be done. Periodic audits and reviews are assessing the quality and completeness of the documentation. Thereby, it addresses the gaps or deficiency. So corrective actions can be implemented based on the audit findings, as well as root cause analysis should be also done. So practice a culture of documentation, create a culture, values and prioritize open communication, emphasizes the significance of accurate and detailed documentation, recognition and rewarding the staffs, so they may be they become happy, and documentation process will be in streamline. So key message: my lab maintains documents and records. The desired outcomes will be, it will be permanent, secure, traceable, approved, up to date, and easily accessible documents. Next slide. So golden rule of documentation will be, if it is not documented, it is a rumor. If it is documented and if it's not signed and dated, it is invalid. In God alone we can trust, not all other peoples. So activity. So what are the documents needed and what you audit in clause 5.1 as per ISO 15189 2012. Okay, sir. So what are the requirements? Okay, ma'am. Ready with the answer? Ma'am. So ready? Sir, answer. Okay. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. What immunization? What type of immunization, sir? Hepatitis B. Is COVID required or not, sir? DT. Flu vax for microbiologists. As well, and also anti-HPS titer is essential for microbiologists. Okay. Ma'am. What type of training, ma'am? You're talking about microbiologists or technicians, ma'am? For technicians, what type of training you required, ma'am? So நீங்க training கொடுக்கிறது. That is experience certificate, ma'am. For lab technician, ma'am? The training program should be documented. Okay, then. For whom, ma'am? For the institute. No, ma'am, we are talking only about personnel. யார் யாருக்கெல்லாம் ட்ரைனிங் வேணும் மேம்? Starting from housekeeping as well as technicians regarding the segregation of biomedical waste. Competence. For what protocols, ma'am? That comes under SOP, ma'am. Proficiency testing comes under quality controls. This is only for personnel. That will come under proficiency testing, ma'am. Split sampling. Fire safety? Fire safety related training. Okay, ma'am. That comes under training. Training regarding competency assessment should be done annually. So according to clause 5.1 is general. It should contain a documented procedure for personnel management. So our QSP should be in place. So our QSP should be in place. It should define the what is the qualification of a junior technician, senior technician, how experience category. It should be mentioned in the QSP. Then personal qualification. Next comes the personal qualification. So each position, depending upon the qualification, training, and experience, from microbiologist to senior technician, lab in charge, till housekeeping, it should be defined, as well as the experience certificate should be present. So next will be the job description. So you should frame the job description separately for the microbiologist, your senior technician, and your junior technician. So authorization matrix. What are the tests they are authorized to perform? So a junior technician can't perform ELISA within 2 to 3 days of joining. So you should authorize each and every test according to the degree of qualification and experience. Then induction training. Induction training should be conducted for all the staffs who join. Induction assessment should be done after 6 months of joining. So competency assessment should be done annually, and it should be retrained if it is necessary. So training record should include all the technicians should be trained in quality management system, all the technical processes, laboratory information system, health and safety, ethics and confidentiality. What is ethics? What is confidentiality? Ethics is you should consider all the patient sample as equal. Okay. If someone from management asks you to perform this sample first, you should not act accordingly. You should treat all the patient sample as equal. And confidentiality, the patient report should not be discussed anywhere outside the labs. Then training assessment. For each and every training, there should be a pre-test assessment and post-test assessment. So review of staff performance should be done periodically. Then continuing education should be given to them, and personal records should also contain the educational qualification, training, experience, and immunization status with anti-HPS titer. Thank you. So quality never comes accidentally. It comes only by practice. Thank you. QSP is quality standard procedures. If you assess the competency, you should include all technical aspects as well as how they have to behave in grooming, confidentiality, ethics. So everything you should assess. If they are lacking in any of them, then you should have reassessment.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an informative session. May I request Dr. Lalitambigai, ma'am, Associate Professor, Department of Microbiology, to honor our speaker, Dr. Shalini, ma'am, with the memento. Thank you, ma'am. Quality indicators are systematically measured data collected to monitor laboratory performance. They are an essential part of the quality management system. With this introduction, I would like to call upon Dr. Anita ma'am, Assistant Professor, Organizing Secretary of this Unicora 2023, to enlighten us the essential steps to maintain quality indicators. Ma'am, please.
Okay. So good afternoon. It was a very brainstorming session. I think everyone are tired. So actually my topic is mostly activity based. My slides are very less. So we'll finish the activity and we can go home soon. Yes. So quality indicators. So before that, today fully it was quality, quality, quality. Yes. We started with introduction to quality, then we move on to external quality, quality in academics, internal quality, how to document quality, and now we have last session, it will be quality indicators. Yes, what is this basically? What is quality indicators? Indicator is something we want to use to perform our test quality. That is what is quality indicators. Yes. So quality indicators are systematically measured data collected to monitor laboratory performance. They are an essential part of quality management system that leads to process improvement and make a good decision making. Yes. Next. So we have a crucial step in selecting the quality indicators. Next. So purpose of quality indicators, we can give information about the performance of a process, determine the quality of a service, highlight potential quality concerns, identify area that needs further study and investigation, and it will track changes over time. Means we have to be measuring quality indicators every month. That is the most important part. We have to do a constant work, not when we are going to for an accreditation. If you want something to improve, we have to do it regularly. Yes. Next slide. So with the help of quality indicators, we can actually analyze our data for the improvement. And if we somewhere goes down, it is going to indicate us, no, you're not going upwards, you're going downwards. It's time to change it. And next one is we can set goals, create a balanced team, include human factor input, create an executable plan, and become familiar with the cycle, which in next step we'll see. And we can make a new goals and progress, and we can extend. We can find ourselves with EQUAS procedures. We can compare ourselves to the next laboratory. Whether how is our standard? Is our standard equal to others, more than others, or less than others? Yes. That is what the purpose is, to improve ourselves. We can say ourselves that we are equal to others, right? Next. So the cycle is plan, do, study, adjust, cycle continues. So how do we plan? Who does it, where we do it, and what we are going to do, and how we are going to do. These are the questions. We answer this, then we are going to plan it with these questions. So we'll take an example. We can start. Technician, who does it? Mike. We'll finish this, then go to that too. So who does it? Technicians will do it. Where do we do it? Whether we are having a particular area designated to do it. Like we do have levels, no, biosafety cabinet level 1, 2, 3. Where do we do it? We plan for that. Then what do we do it? What tests we are going to do, and how we are going to do it. That is, we are going to have an SOP to perform it. Yes. Then we'll make the decision, and we'll have a rough copy before performing. Yes. Then we are going to do it. The important procedure in doing is we are going to document it. Documentation is very important. We are documented, and then we are going to study the documentation. analyze the data, what we have done it. Then with that, we are going to either adopt, adapt, or we are going to abandon the cycle. Yes, adopt it if the what we did was right, but with an improvement. Next step, what we are going to do. Yes, next one is adapt, same cycle, abandon. Yes, this is not working. Okay, leave it. We will take a next plan and proceed it. Yes, next slide. So classification, we have pre-analytical phase, analytical phase, and post-analytical phase. So quality indicators. So all are microbiologists. Can you tell me a pre-analytical phase? Group 1. What is the meaning for pre-analytical phase? So analytical phase, let me tell you, analysis is a process in which we are going to perform. Yes, that is after finishing of collection of the sample, we are going to start the test procedure. Till we end the test procedure, it is analytical phase. So come, give me example of pre-analytical phase, group 1. Anything in group yes, sample collection. Where may a sample collection go wrong? Sample collection is pre-analytical phase. So when you are going for a quality indicators in sample collection, what is the quality you are going to look for? Any instructions? Yes, in sample collection, let me give you one example, then you can give me the next example. Sample collection, morning we had a skip, no? Sample rejection. Sample rejection is actually a quality indicator which we register. Yes, like that, you want to come up with a quality indicator? Example of sample rejection, you can tell me. If you get a sample, you will reject. Lysed blood sample will be rejected by an in serology section. It is rejected. Why it is so important? If we get a lysed blood sample, we are rejecting it. Why it is important? Because we need serum sample, so we are rejecting. Answer is straightforward, but what is the quality issue? Why do we have to put a note for it? Why do we are recording it? Why do we put a monthly statistics for it? And why do we analyze it for an year? That is what we do in quality indicators, right? First, we are going to record it every month. Sample rejection, I'll start with. Sample rejection, if we are going to record it for the bacteriology or serology or all together. It's our wish how we are going to do it. Yes, I'm going to record it every month. Yes, after that, I'm going to put a graph. For month 1, we can put a bar diagram. Month 1, I'm going to have an 6 sample rejection. Month 2, 10 sample rejection. Month 3, 1 sample rejection. I'm going to put a graph and look for what? Why do we have it? Group 2. Yes, we are going to do it for the rectification procedure. We are going to see quality indicators and find out where we went wrong. We are not going to pinpoint on someone and tell you did something wrong. No. We are going to monitor the stuff to find out what went wrong, where it went wrong, and how it went wrong, and we are going to correct it. As simple as that. For that is the reason we are going to collect it. Yes. So that is, we have classified into pre-analytical phase, analytical phase, and post-analytical phase. So group 3, can you give me example of post-analytical phase? Mic. Post-analytical phase, reporting error. So how we are going to be affected by reporting error? I'm asking why we are taking the quality indicators. So we have 150 types of quality indicators. We can't just monitor all the quality indicators in our lab. So in your lab, you're going to take particular set of quality indicators for your laboratory or your clinical hospital improvement. So you should be able to tell, I have this quality indicator. With this help of this quality indicator, I'm going to improve my standards. Yes. So reporting error is a very nice quality indicators which everyone will follow. Invariably we have, but why? We are going to find out what. Sample rejection, we are going to giving training to technicians. Sample rejection, we are going to give training to technicians. So in reporting error, yes, yes. Accordingly, we are going to give reporting error and we are going to record it. So any other analysis, Mike? Analytical phase, I already told, but can you please repeat? Processing, we have to be very particular. Quality indicators, we should be very particular what we are looking for. We can't say vaguely a line. In analysis, I will look. In sample rejection, I will look. That vague term cannot be there. In sample rejection, we'll be telling label was wrong, live sample was present. So we should be particular in writing. We can't write vague lines. Now tell me in analysis where we may go wrong. In case of in case we are not able to maintain an anaerobic condition, is in analytical phase, we are going to have an error which we are going to record. Yes? Everyone clear? So these are some of the examples which you might like to see. Patient identification criteria, suitable container usage, even that will come. Sometimes urine sample will be getting in sputum container. Yes? Unsterile formalin container from pathology will come to us. They'll say, it's okay, we have collected you process in a formalin bottle. It has happened to you? Yes? In microbiology, mostly that will be the thing. We collected in formalin bottle, please process it. So that comes under sample rejection. So sample integrity, sample identification, collection time, collection volume, and appropriate clinical history provided in the TRF. So I accept most of the time you don't get clinical data. You get? Yes? Actually, it is an quality indicators. We can't reject the sample. Yes, we have to process, but we can wait till the clinician give the history before we are reporting. They are supposed to give us clinical diagnosis because we tend to correlate with the clinical diagnosis. Then only we can give appropriate reporting. Yes. Analytical phase, unacceptable performance in EQUAS or PT, which was elaborated in Mines's slide. Test with inappropriate internal quality control. So internal quality control, you know about split sample? Yes? Split sample is nothing but we are going to tell two different technicians or two different doctors, anyone it may be. Analysis. Next slide. Next one is post-analytical test. I wanted to put some examples. So let it come. We'll start with the activity. Yes. So till the slides, I have given a slide post analytical phase. So incorrect report issued, inappropriate tag, contamination rate of urine and blood culture specimen, sample discard in the laboratory, and biomedical waste management comes under post analytical phase. So monitoring of these indicators will be done on monthly basis to provide adequate time for data collection and analysis. So we already went into the examples. So I have given you sheet. So what is the sheet? Anyone has seen? What is the data it contains? We are having, what is this? 1 month statistics of a laboratory. Fakely, we have made a report. So group A, and below we have put an example. Yes, this is actually a quality indicator. So group A, you can take what department name you have to take, you want to take. Please select. We have 15 choices now. Please select 2. Everyone please select 2. 2 you have selected. Any 2. Your wish. Bacteriology and immunology group 2. Cytology, parasitology. Okay. Group 3. Mycology and environment. Yes, we are waiting for you. We are looking at you only. Bacteriology and bacteriology is over. Microbiology and parasitology. Parasitology is also over. Immunology is also over, no? Over. Fast pickers. Biochemistry. Okay, fine. Pathology and serology. Yes, you have the highest number, I think. Yes. So please calculate the number of your sample and please calculate number of your test. Yes. After calculating, let me know. Please calculate number of your sample and please calculate number of your test. Over. Finished. You have selected 2, no? 2 has sample. And the sample plus 1, no. And both of them has test. And the test plus 1, no. Group 3, 4 is ready. Group 4 is ready. Group 1 is so many people, all of them are calculating. Group 1 is also ready. Group 4 is also ready. Not all the numbers, your numbers. You have selected two places, you just add that. Group 2 is ready. We'll move on to the next page. Yes, I think we can start. Group 5. Can start. You're cross verifying. So please, everyone has selected their own sections. Every section is different. So in the next page, down we actually have an example. We can look into it. Number of reporting errors. We have number of reporting errors 0. Number of reporting errors into 100 by number of tests performed. Yes. Reporting error are calculated for the test or the sample. Reporting errors are calculated for the test. Yes. Reporting error are calculated for the test. Where do we use sample is different from where do you test. I think you understood. Next one is percentage of adherence to safety precautions. Yes. This is something different. So number of employees who came and number of employees who didn't follow the safety precaution. We are going to find the percentage. So this is for the example purpose. So for the section you selected, you're going to take quality indicators in the section. Yes. Can you apply the same? And down you please write a scenario. Why did you reject? Write 2. Why did you reject 2 things? You have selected bacteriology. From bacteriology, write 2 example. Why did you reject? In pre-analytical, please write that and put the percentage. If you're going to do it in pre-analytical, you can take sample rejection. But 2 scenarios in which you rejected, you'll be writing. One from bacteriology and one from immunology. It is a group you can discuss. Yeah? So pre-analytical, I think everyone have written 2 scenarios. Can you please present? What is your scenario? Please take the mic. Let's hear you. Yes, 2 scenarios. Next. Please pass the mic. Parasitology. Leaky container, yes. Next. Inadequate volume. Next. They have a mic. Without date. So you don't know when the sample was taken. Yes. Next. Yes. Wrong sample container. Yes, good. Group 5. Yes, patient detail is mislabeled. Inadequate sample for CSF inadequate sample. Yes. So in this, so let's move on to filling up this column. Now you would have, I told you to write it down. In this column, what we are going to write? We're going to write first sample rejection. Fill the column. Inside the column, fill it sample rejection. So how many sample you rejected? How many sample you rejected? 3 samples. Okay. How many samples ever sample you have rejected? Write that in the next column. You're going to find the percentage. How many samples? 3, 4, 2. Yes, group 3 has rejected 3 samples. Group 5, 5 samples. 5. Group 4, 4. 2, 1. Yes. So we're going to find the percentage. So put it into 100 and divided by, in sample rejection, we're going to take test or sample. Total number of tests for sample. Total number of tests comes for which phase? Test comes for analytical phase. So this is total number of billing samples. So in this you will be having the quality indicator you collected for 1 month. You're going to see the percentage by number of samples received in that month. Yes. Find out the percentage. .37. Yes. Group 3 fast. They got 3.37 in 3.37 seconds. That's nice. Others? .25. Yes. Group 1. .452. Nice. Group 5, we are waiting for you. And 1. You told your percentage? Hmm? 0.26. It is actually a good percentage. Group 1. .3.45. Yes, I think now you have become experts in calculating. Next time when you do it, I think you can do it faster. So this is how we are going to calculate quality indicators every month, and we are going to analyze it. So in pre-analytical phase, we took number of samples. So what we'll be taking in analytical phase? Number of. In post-analytical phase, we want to take number of tests. Any doubt? Yes? If you have any doubt, yes. So like this you can have the sheets. Because of time constraint, I think we'll end the session soon. Yes? If you can go through. If you have any doubt, you can ask me tomorrow. Yes? So now we know how to calculate quality indicators. We are clear. Yes? Next is, we are moving on to benchmark in quality indicators. What is the meaning for benchmark in quality indicators? The meaning is benchmark. We have a benchmark in quality indicators. We have certain level, like in sample rejection, we can go up to 5%. In reporting error is actually 0%. We have different benchmarks for different quality indicators, which we can refer journals, or we can set our own quality indicators based on 6 months data, 3 months data. Last time my benchmark was 0.02, and this time my benchmark is 0.002. Yes, benchmark is different. Did you understand what is benchmark? Yes, we have a defined point where we should be getting the value below the benchmark. Yes, so only I told 0.02 is a good benchmark compared to 3.3. Yes, so this is what is quality indicator is. I think everyone understood. So for the conclusion, it ensuring high standards of quality renders by any services provided is of cardinal importance in today's world of consumers. So we have to maintain quality to satisfy our patients. So laboratories are no exceptions to it, and it is necessary in on our part to ensure a quality and not compromise due to quality of the work. It is essential to install confidence in the clinicians and general public for reports. And the concept of quality indicators has emerged over the past few years for the fulfillment of the above mentioned aim, and we should attempt to gauge the quality of our central laboratory for the improvement. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an interactive session. May I request Dr. Chitra Rajalakshmi, ma'am, organizing chairperson of Unicora'23, to honor our speaker. The poster presentations have been scrutinized and evaluated. May I request Dr. Nanaguru, sir, to announce the winners.
Good evening to all. So, actually, I've been invited by Dr. Chitra Madam. I have to be very thankful to Chitra Madam and the SRM administration. And now, in the poster presentation, we are announcing the prize winner. Actually, only one prize is there. All others are attender or contestant. That one prize, only one award was shared by two people, both of them from Trichy Medical College. First person, Dr. Pradeep, DLE. Then second one is a Dr. Gayatri. Both of them are second year PG of my college. Thank you.
So good evening. So before winding up the session, so we will be having a review tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, by each group. So one person from each group can represent and give review on each topic. So starting from group 1, roadmap to quality in clinical microbiology laboratory, speech given by Binesh Lal sir. So you can, one of you can represent this session and give you a review tomorrow. So followed by group 2, the next topic, which is given by Vinod Nambia sir. That is quality in higher education. So can be given by group 2, and then group 3, challenges in documentation, speech given by Shalini ma'am, and group 4, that is essential steps to maintain quality indicators, given by Dr. Anita ma'am. And then the last group 5 can give us a topic, what we need to understand in internal quality assurance topic. So each one of the group, one of the persons can represent and give you a review tomorrow morning. Thank you. So feedback forms will be posted in the group. So you can click the link and then give your feedback, valuable feedback. So it is separate for day 1 and day 2. So for today's day 1, you can give your feedback.
Let's wind up the session for today. We'll be continuing the session tomorrow. We await your presence. Hope you all had a good day and have a good evening. Thank you for your patience listening. Thank you.